down.
Is it on live right now?
It'll be live on some things, but now we got to click to go live on this thing.
Well, in the meantime, you just copy whatever producer, you're going to copy whatever he puts as the show notes, okay? Copy. Then show Jared the list of who you're sending.
We'll look at the list after. It'll be too long for me to figure out. All right, so we should be live right now, everyone.
Stop on eating this up. Oh, we're live.
Anyways,
Hi, guys.
welcome to Political Head Trauma, where Head Trauma podcasts sound just like this. We have two guests in the show today that they're not going to be on screen unless they misbehave, and then the show will be about them. But anyways.
All about them.
Yes. Little bit of stuff to talk about. We're gonna kick it off with the Republican Party just had a state convention, and Holly's gonna kind of go through that. Gonna talk about who won, who didn't win, things that she noticed.
Yeah, should we start? I mean, our intention isn't to be a show that's only about Republicans. I can't make that clear, I hope, enough, because our intentions.
Keep talking.
Our intentions as partners is that we just want to educate people, and we know that the Democrat Party has gone through their process and has chosen their candidates, and going on to the general, we will be inviting all of them, all the candidates, whatever party they're in. We just know a lot of our viewers, like yourselves, have been following this from the beginning, and we just want to update you on what's happened in the party thus far. I can't turn anything out. Is my mic on? Well, the words are showing up. Thank you. So we just want to update you on everything that's been going on and get that out of the way. And today, we are hoping that many of you will be chiming in with your comments. We don't know if we're going to have a call screener today, but we welcome comments. And if you guys want to talk about something, we are kind of just, what's happening?
I'm just bumping feet and stuff. Keep talking.
We are kind of just rolling today with updates and what's happening in this country, what's happening in Tooele County, and then just letting you know, especially what's happening in the state. So I would like to first say that Tooele County delegates are absolutely amazing people. I have sat through so many candidate meetings, and I am so proud of the turnout, both with our county delegates and with our state delegates, and the work that they have done and put in. And so not only that, but many of you have seen, I'm sure, the news talk about the governor and his treatment by some of the delegates at convention. And I just want to say, I do not support booing at all. I think that it gives the opposite message, and I think that it doesn't look good for the people who do it. I understand it. Trust me, I understand it. People are upset. They are fed up with our government, and there's a process. And that's what I think we all need to remember, especially Republicans, that we're all on the same team. And we currently have the governor representing the state of Utah, and we want very badly for him to follow the things that we want and the issues we want. It's the absolute opposite thing when you boo him, you mistreat him. I did get to speak with him personally at convention, and he was so kind, and he was very attentive. He'll be out to the county to talk to all of us, and I think that there's a whole thing that happened where Governor Cox and Deidre Henderson are concerned, their perspective, if I could just give you a small bit of their perspective, trust me, I will support the nominee of this party, but we've always said, our goal is to educate and empower and inspire. And we want the best turnout we can get at voting day. And we also want people to feel like they've got all the information. So the perspective of the governor and the lieutenant governor there, when they got there, they were treated badly by many people that were just very aggressive, yelling, saying mean things. What I personally witnessed, he was in the green room, I was in the green room, and it was uncomfortable, to say the least. And I don't mean because of him and her and myself or other candidates that were back there. It wasn't like that. It felt like there was a little bit of a fear factor, and that should never be the case. No one should be afraid to be someplace, and I'm glad that, they have their protections and all of that. But I understood when I saw the booing that Governor Cox was in a different mindset. And I proudly watched our county delegates not boo. I didn't see one of our delegates boo, which I am so grateful for. Because I think if you disagree with someone, silence is deafening. And those that didn't agree with him were silent. And that was enough. And then I also saw half of my delegates cheering for him. And that tells me, as a Republican chair, that he has supporters. And again, I don't want to alienate his supporters. We're on the same team. So what I think is very important, and what he said, when he didn't lie, the last governor was booed before him, and Senator Hatch was booed, but these people all won handedly when it came to the primary. So that's kind of what Governor Cox said. You booing me, but yet when the vote comes out, and if I win really well, then it makes you guys look like you're out of touch and you don't know your neighbors. So I don't want to prove him right. I want to get behind our nominees, but it's our job, all of us, all of the delegates, and all of the precincts to do their best to get out there and inform their neighbors why they chose Phil Lyman at convention. And then as a party chair, I want to make sure that you, the voter, get an opportunity to meet Phil Lyman, who is the nominee for our party. And also, I want you to hear from our governor. And, we have a lot of people who support him. So the opportunity would be that let's have Phil Lyman tell you why he is the delegate's choice. I don't think delegates are out of the loop. I think delegates are highly informed. They're political people by nature. They're leaders by nature. And they're chosen by their neighbors to be their voice. I don't like it when people accuse the caucus convention system of being wrong, because I believe in it. And I mean, the role that I play and my other fellow leaders in the party, we don't exist without delegates. We wouldn't have this angle where we get to represent the voters on behalf of Tulare County. So I truly am honored to have that position. But there's a lot of you that agree with the governor, and I feel like you have to be silent about it. And I don't want that either. I don't want half of you alienated. So I think that's enough about the governor. I will be releasing a statement when the state party has decided, to release theirs. I will definitely release mine. So on that note, the governor did leave in a hurry. The lieutenant governor says that she was treated badly, and that mean words were said to her in front of her little young guests, and then it was really bad. I'm not going to tell anybody that what she experienced wasn't real, because I can only imagine, because I could just see from where I sat, they weren't getting the best treatment. On that note, someone I adore, absolutely, Carson Jorgensen, who's been on the show, he did not win at convention. So he was his wife, his family, they're all very, very amazing people. Phil Lyman is a really good guy. We've just got a lot of great people looking to serve, and I think that's where we take that part from it, that we're very lucky. So I'm hopeful that before the primary, we get as many people out to meet these folks as possible, and I'm trying to get everyone out here, and bring them on the show. So we also, candidates, the convention delegates chose overwhelmingly to support Trent Staggs, who we've had on the show, for Senate. So he will be the party's nominee. The rest are going to the primary as well, because they got signatures. So for U.S. Senate, Trent Staggs won by 69.7%. John Curtis got 30%. And then Jason Walton and Brad Wilson got signatures. They'll be also, so you'll have 4 people to vote for in the primary for Senate. Donald Trump endorsed Trent Staggs the morning of convention, which was exciting because he had kind of stayed out of that race. And I know that his endorsements take a lot of time and energy and thought, especially in a senatorial race. So that was I know Trent Staggs was very excited about that. And a lot of Trump supporters are excited to hear that. Governor Cox got 32%. Phil Lyman got 67%. So he won the 60% to be our nominee. In the Attorney General's race, Frank Mylar got 59%. So he 0.78. He just missed the 60% mark, which would have made him our nominee. Rachel Terry got 40%, and Derek Brown is also headed to the primary. You'll have 3 choices. And all 3 of these individuals are incredible people. And we had Frank on, and we've had Rachel on, and it's just going to be a matter of time before Derek is on, because I really want you to meet Derek, and he's also a good friend. For Congress, in District 1, Paul Miller got 54%, and Blake Moore, who is the incumbent, got 45%, so they're headed to a primary. In District 2, which is our district, Colby Jenkins, who we've had on the show, he got 56.85% to Celeste 43.15%, who's been on our show multiple times. They'll both be headed to the primary. And then District 3, Mike Kennedy got the 61%, so he's going to be headed, he is the nominee. He will still have John Dougal, Case Lawrence, and J.R. Bird going against him as well, without the party's nomination, but they got signatures, so they're headed there. Burgess Owens ran unopposed, so he's going.
That one shocks me that he ran unopposed, because I've heard, well, maybe the Republicans are happy with him on the whole, but I've heard a few Republicans kind of act like they're unhappy with some of the things he's done, but maybe they're not that unhappy.
And I know he's not in our district, but
no, he's not.
I want to have him on. I love Burgess. Plus, he was a Raider. I'm a Raiders fan, and he's just a cool guy, and he's fun to talk to. He's very, very smart. And when I say run unopposed, I just mean within the Republican Party. I'm not sure who he's up against for the other side.
We will have them on also.
Yes. So for state auditor, that one came very close with 51% for Ricky Hatch, who we recently had on.
Yeah,
and
I like
Tina,
Ricky. He was fun. And Tina, I like Tina.
Cannon, she got 45.69%. Tina is a firecracker. They're both huge nerds. I have so much respect for both of them. I'm very, very excited for this race because they're just both incredible people. So we'll have them both on again, I hope. And then Marlo Oakes, who's our treasurer and who basically put Utah and the National Credit Score, EAG, is that what it's called? Put us on the map with his understanding of how political, or social scores actually affect states, companies,
the
businesses.
DEI stuff and
So Marlo Oakes is running unopposed, and so he will be our nominee for the party. So then the exciting news, I'm so excited. I was chosen by the state delegates to represent District 2 as a national delegate in Milwaukee in July. And I am a Trump delegate, and I'm very excited and humbled, honestly, because there's such great people who ran for that seat. And Celeste Malloy was also voted in to cover District 2, which is pretty cool because as a congresswoman, it makes sense. And so I'm even more humbled to have won. And so I'd like to thank all of you state delegates who may be watching for choosing me if you did. And if you didn't, I hope that I can be a good steward and still represent all of you in a very honorable way. But it was so exciting to get that win. For school board, which is a really highly intense race between Monica Wilbur and Matt Hymas are both going to be running and going to a primary. The vote, I don't have those numbers in front of me, so I'm sorry. I just know they both neither got to 60, but Camille was voted, like she would get enough to go to a three-way.
she didn't meet the pass.
And Camille, thank you for running. Thank you for the work you did and for the love you have for kids and for education. This was a heated race. I hope that we get both on here again. And I really would like to have an event, and I'm working on it, finding a venue where we can do a town hall, maybe a debate with the two, just depends on what the campaigns say. But I think that this is heated because it's important. This is very local based. It's our district. And the way our kids are being educated and the standards that come from the school board, the state school board, very important. And so I like solution-minded type candidates who can offer solutions instead of problems. So I'm hoping that we can get the best solutions out of each camp that will empower us as parents and voters. So that's what I'm looking forward to, is really just finding out, the best we can as far as solutions go. Other than that, I can tell you this, people complained about the process. Convention, I got there at 6:30 a.m. I didn't leave there till well after midnight. So it is the longest convention I personally have ever attended. The convention committee that creates that whole event worked tirelessly, and every time I heard a complaint, my answer is this: if things are going slow, if you think it's this or that, I always ask people, would you ever consider volunteering? Because that's what we're always lacking. And the volunteers that do run convention are usually the same people every time. And if we could just get 40 more people to volunteer, our experience would be far different. I applaud the committee.
Our sound is horribly awful right now.
Horribly awful.
Yeah. Let me see if I can sort it out. Sorry for everyone who's been listening to this.
Well, let me see if I can hear it from my end.
Oh.
Because if I have to repeat everything I just said, I'm done. I'm out. Peace out. But many of you that tune in were there, and I would like to hear your comments, good or bad, experiences, maybe ideas to make it better. Again, I always say let's let's first volunteer and put ourselves in there to be the solution instead of the problem. But it's fair to say that we learned a lot from that convention, and the committee took tons of notes, and a lot of people, though angry, stayed. And I am so proud of Trumbull County because they sat through all those hours. And some of you even stayed and helped us clean up. And some of you were just so amazing about being helpful and volunteering. And a lot of people from our own county clerk was there volunteering. And so lots of friends were there volunteering that aren't delegates. And I'm just really proud. I'm really proud of the people who step up. And I appreciate that. And I hope you all know that. Do we need to listen in, or do we got it okay?
We're good now.
So it being the Friday after convention, what happens now? Now every county needs to work out a way for you to meet these candidates. And we are headed towards the primary, which will be in June, I believe the 25th. And after the primary, our party will have our candidates that are going on to the general. Now, like I said before, Democrats usually have their candidates all ready to go for the general. Independents, if there's any independents, constitutionalists, Green Party, they've done their conventions or they've done their selection. And so they have their candidates ready to go. So our party just takes a little bit longer and a lot more processes go involved because we had 4,000 delegates. And as you can see, just the Senate races alone took hours.
Well, and the Republicans are a much larger party in the state of Utah and encompass the Republican Party, because of its size, will be a bigger tent in Utah and will encompass a lot more different views than the Democrats, because they're a smaller population. Their views will encompass less. Not saying they're not important, but they will have a less broad spectrum.
And our party tends to argue within, as you can see.
I'm sure the Democrats
the
in a dominantly blue state like California will operate the same way, because they're the bigger party. They have to have a bigger tent. Their issues cover a larger geographical area, which will mean more different areas. Where here in the state of Utah, our Democrats pretty much cover the corridor.
Well, and you know what? This is why we have such a long process like we do, because we all have to fight, get our people, decide who's going to be what, and then before we decide which candidate's going forward. And that's not just the behind the scenes folks like the delegates and the convention and all of that and caucuses. I mean, it takes a while, but once we get our candidates, hopefully we will be in lockstep and we will be supporting whoever that candidate may be, because again, it does matter. Whereas Democrats usually have a smaller pool here in the state, and I don't know the infighting Democrats have. I'm sure every party does, because we're free thinkers and we argue points. Issues matter to us. Different issues matter to different people. So I think that it's such a good thing. I have to congratulate Carolyn Phippen for a great campaign.
Well, and that she ran the TikTok that got information out all the time.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that was excellent.
And she is a superb human, and she is a genuine human, and I absolutely adore her. And I think that just her running kept a lot of issues in play that were important to me, were important to many of you, and she kept those up front and center. And I think that anytime that you have a few people in the race, it just makes whoever wins all the more better, because they're getting far more information. They have to answer to these different things. So candidates with different values or issues or thoughts, I love it. And I respect anybody that signs up to do a job, because it is no easy task. These campaigns are exhausted right now, and we're only just beginning. Heading to the primary, it's going to be in super mode. So I hope that we can get all of you out, and I'm very hopeful that when we do have these events for our nominees, and when we have these events for those people that are still in like a two-way race, I hope that you guys will consider coming out and supporting the party and supporting these candidates and getting to know them, getting to know all of them. The party does have its nominees. Like I said, we have our senatorial race, which is Trent Staggs, and our gubernatorial race, which is Phil Lyman. So we hope to get Phil on. We've reached out to his team, and we will invite anyone who wants to come on, of course. And it's an open invitation to all parties. So
yeah, for you outside of the Republican Party, we apologize, but look for emails showing up in your inbox. I've got a whole list, and I've got to find contact information for everyone. We're going to try to get everybody on. I personally am excited to talk to Libertarian and Constitutional Party people, and to hear what the Democrats have to say. I know in the past I've said some less than flattering things about Democrats because, and that's nothing against you. It's my personal proclivity. I think government is incompetence on parade at best, and just committing the worst things that you can imagine at worst. And it seems to me that the Democrats want to put more power in government, but then again, the Republicans say they don't, but they tend to do it anyway.
well, with you already see the blurred lines. They've been blurred for a long time.
They've always been blurred.
But I just mean a lot of people haven't been so wide awake to the blur. And I think what they're seeing is like, wait a minute, you're supposed to represent our values, our platform. And I'm talking mostly on a national scale, because when you get to DC, sometimes it's hard to tell who's who or what's what based on the way they vote or based on the hills they prepare to die on. So I'm being brutal when I say if our guy gets elected into the presidency, which, full disclosure, I am all in for Donald Trump winning, because I think we need it to improve the future of our nation over the next 4 years. But if our guy gets in, hyper aware. I will be hyper aware of how Republicans behave after we get a Republican senator or president. And then if we are able somehow to take the House and Senate, and we just waste the opportunity to get good policy in place, and not executive orders. I want good policy. I want to see which Republicans are ready to back that good policy. I'm not saying they need to all think Trump is a god, because he's not. He's a man. I am not a fangirl.
Did you ever see the meme where they were calling him the God Emperor? It's
No.
It's a thing off of is it a Warhammer game? My son plays it. And he's like the God Emperor in the game's kind of a Christ-like figure, but the person's almost dead. So the game's brutal. But when the left came out so hard against him, a couple of internet guys made him the meme where he was the God Emperor. I guess a call out to the
That's blasphemy.
Other nerdy people, but it was.
But here's the thing: is I think people are trying to visualize what the next 4 years is going to look like if we have another Biden administration. I think that even people who don't support Donald Trump or didn't support him, even in the primary, even at all, I hope that they're seeing that we could do better than what's happening right now. And the media is another arm of the government, whether we admit it or not. The persecution of Donald Trump right now.
I wouldn't call it an arm of the government. I would call it an arm of the Democrat Party.
Fair. But right now, I mean, we're seeing that Trump is being persecuted and
prosecuted. And in what United States government is that okay? Because every other country that's had something like this, where the competitor is trying to lock up their opponents, those countries are lost, or communist or socialist. And I think right there, as Americans, we have to stand up against that. Even you guys, it's maybe not, it's your guy this time. Maybe it's not your guy getting prosecuted right now, but it's setting a precedent that is so un-American, and it could be your guy next time. So standing up against this is highly important. And that's why I think we find people who are never Trumpers willing to say, okay, I'm going to vote for him because this is wrong. And what's happening to him is wrong. And I can barely afford groceries, and I'm losing money over here and over here and over here. And we need to put a stop. We've got to shut the border down. We've got to get more control over our energy, and we need to be independent. We've got to make sure that tax cuts aren't just expired. Those tax cuts aren't just for the rich, folks. They were for many, many businesses. And I know for a fact that my own husband's company didn't take this tax cut and just run. They used that tax cut to get higher wages for their employees, to hire more employees, to get more product. And they reinvested it into the company. And I think that people forget that when they call the rich tax cuts, what they're talking about is your employers. And they bonused their employees. And I know Budweiser did it. Many vehicle companies did it, manufacturers and sales. I mean, a lot of businesses use those tax cuts to get better employees as well, to get bonuses for the employees they have. You don't all have to agree with me. Again, we never agree usually. We disagree all the time. But that's what this is about. We are community. We want your involvement. We want your thoughts. And shoot us a comment if you're watching, because that helps us know, give us a follow if you don't mind. And then if you have somebody you want to see or have on the show, let us know who, because we are open invitation to folks. And again, we just want to educate people and let them know what's going on politically. And politics affects every genre of our lives now. I mean, it is in everything. So let's empower each other, and let's make sure that if we want to preserve our American way of life, that we all have skin in the game, and all of us work towards doing that, regardless of party. So on that note, do you want to?
I have a few questions. This is one that I just want to know from your standing, because Governor Cox is extremely unpopular with the Make America Great conservative wing of the Republicans here in Utah.
Well, he wasn't very supportive of the president when he was in his first campaign, if you can recall, which got a lot of people upset.
And do you think that's why Governor Cox receives little to no support? Or are there some things that he's done? Because I'll look at it from my standpoint. Governor Cox signed constitutional carry into law.
Oh, right out of the gate.
I 100% support that. But I have heard that he did receive a little bit of, not force, but the legislature pretty much told him, this is a deal for us to continue to work with you. But I've just heard that. I don't know for sure.
Well, again, Governor Cox doesn't make laws. So the legislators made this law.
But he had to sign it in to get it across.
And I believe that he fully wanted to give us carry.
So he was in support of that.
Oh yeah.
That would be a question I'd like to ask him, because there are those basic fundamental things that I think are important. Like for me, the Bill of Rights are the fundamentals. So for me to support a politician, they have to have those Bill of Rights in their base policies. The freedom of speech and protest and worship. I'm an atheist that thinks you must allow that freedom to worship.
Sure.
The freedom to self-defense and self-determination on your well-being of life.
Life, liberty, and pursuit
Yeah.
of happiness.
Your freedom not to have soldiers stay in your house. Okay. But your right to property, your right to be secure in your property.
Right. And no illegal search and
Yes,
seizure.
you're
Yeah, basically
right.
the Constitution.
You know, well, just that Bill of Rights, they're kind of the basis. And, you know, I don't want to bomb on Celeste, but when I got so angry at Celeste the other week, not angry, I think disappointed,
Yeah.
brokenhearted.
You were brokenhearted.
It was like that moment where on The Godfather, where he says, "You broke my heart." You know, that's where I was, because that renewing of the FISA was a breach of that Fourth Amendment. You know, the utter ability to feel secure in your own home and talking on your own phone and all that. Granted, I know you have none of that, but at least
where does this go with the
pretend.
governor
But-
question?
But with Governor Cox, is it just simply that he wasn't in the greatest support of Trump that he is hated?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so there are other things. What are some of those
Oh.
other things?
Well, I think that people, you know, the things people are mad at him for, some of it is kind of got to be considered in context. They got irritated by him using pronouns. But when I think of that and the context of how he did it, and, you know, he was talking to a child.
It wasn't
gave
he
their
on like a
pronouns.
Zoom call with
Yes. And he was
elementary school?
talking to a child who gave him her pronouns, and he returned the favor and gave his back. And I think the media took that and just made it look like he's wishy-washy on all of this. Now, that alone is unfair.
Okay.
But I think that people thought that he wanted some more DEI type recognition, as well as, you know, girls and trans in sports and things like that. He was going, you know, this is the thing. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. The Democrats will appreciate what he did, but at the same time bash him about constitutional carry. He's a governor, and he either vetoes a bill or he doesn't. The legislator's putting these bills ahead of him. So he will, I'm sure, give pressure on things that he believes in. But I think the right started getting angry at stuff like DEI and letting trans kids be on sports teams. And I don't say teams, I mean trans girls playing on girls' sports teams. So I think that got people upset.
We don't have a big issue with trans boys competing.
No, it's weird.
It's shocking. I know that.
So he then,
Here's
this time
Bob at
around-
85 pounds. He wants to be a running back, and his season's over.
those policies got into place. Some of them are mad at him about the COVID regulations.
Now, I do think he went overboard on that, but he was not alone.
Well, and he was
He
the
was-
lieutenant governor at the
He
time.
was far from alone. The governor went overboard. Our county commission at the time, which are gentlemen that I all like, all went overboard on that.
So
The one
the
person,
governor didn't go. The governor said it's up to every individual county. Where I'm not going to tell you.
didn't
what to
he
do.
try setting up a?
But at the end, he started. Well, I think it was Cox then said we're going to override counties because there were some that were masking people and mandating schools and
But we also had counties that met in Wasatch, was it, and wrote legislation to make it so the governor couldn't set mandates.
well, no, they had the freedom to do whatever they wanted. But what happened is
No, they went.
those blue counties that were like, oh, we're masking
No, it was
kids.
Republicans.
I know. Listen though,
Oh.
Summit County, great example.
Mhm.
Governor, Salt Lake County, great example. Governor says, you guys decide from your counties how you best want to proceed. I'm leaving it up to you. We're not going to do state mandates. Okay, yay. Everybody wanted that. And the people of Tooele County went out to our own people and said, we don't want mandates. And they came out huge. And so immediately letting our commissioners know and the health department, hey, this isn't going to fly here. But places like Summit County, Salt Lake County, which are blue counties, said, oh, we want mandates and we want everyone to be masked and we want everyone to be vaccinated and all this stuff. And the governor started seeing that, wait a minute, they're taking people's liberties. So now we're going to step in and tell them they can't do that. Well, on the other side of that, you kind of have to let them, because it's their county, it's their government. So if that's what they want to do, it goes both ways.
Well,
so that was just a very odd time.
I remember we had a legislature on. Who did we have on? And they said they met, a group of legislators or someone met in, I want to say in Summit or Wasatch County. They had a conference and they restricted the governor's ability to set mandates. And it was pro-Republican legislators that met, and they wrote something up. I don't know. It kind of shocked me at the time that's sad we have to write that. I remember we did a whole show on it talking to one of the guys. I just can't remember what or when. That was
Again,
crazy time.
But Governor Herbert said, no, we're not going to tell you from our pulpit.
Well,
you guys, it's local
I
government
do remember
control.
the Governor Herbert trying to set up what do they call them, essential workers, and trying to set up what was it? Was it like work corridors or something where you could travel to and from work? I don't remember the particulars. I was at work when it happened, and they came and gave our supervisor came in and said, okay, this is what's going on, and we'll be scheduled as this because we're essential.
In COVID, right?
And early on, everyone was crazy. That's my only point. I'm not judging them particularly for being crazy. I'm idolizing our sheriff for not giving into it.
Well, yeah, but that was Governor Herbert saying, Twila County, do whatever you think is best based on your voters. And our voters spoke up loud and clear, and so did our sheriff. And when they saw that other counties were going the opposite and wanting to do the extreme on COVID, and the people were coming, to their meetings and saying, we want masks, we want our kids out of school, all of that. And sheriffs even are now, they're put in a position because, wait, this is a violation of your rights. Why are you letting the government tell you? So I think that's when, and Spencer was on the task force, and it's hard for him because Governor Herbert turned it over to Spencer to run the COVID task force. And he had meetings every single week with all kinds of electeds. And of course, the health departments from all these different counties. So it could have been very, very good or bad, depending on what your views were at the time. But our government tried not to. And I do remember when they were calling for essential workers. My husband was one. And it was just very, oh, Keith. Hi, friend. Well, Cole Kelly is definitely invited. So hook that up. We're District 10. So with school boards. We'll
gladly have Cole on, get us in touch with them. We want to be an outlet for everyone.
Yeah. And he's Republican. Keith, you're such a good guy. I'm so happy to get to see you at convention. It was so nice catching up. And he's a doer. He knows people. Hey, Keith, can you get a hold of Elon for me and see if he wants to come on?
We got a comment in here. Listen here. Listen to your show today. This comes from Jamie Wadman. Listen to your show today. Some of us will never forget when they were told that if companies fire us, the government has their back. Some of us haven't forgotten what the lieutenant governor and governor said about the unvaccinated. The longer clips start by saying, the group of people I want to talk to are the unvaccinated, because nothing's going to change their mind. Then she proceeded to let businesses know that they believe in consequences, and if they have a required vaccination policy, which means we'd be fired, that they support them. I have Democrat and liberal and moderate friends that did not get vaccinated. It's okay to disagree and acknowledge that this is not disagreeing better. No, that's a very good point.
Very good point.
The
Thank
governors,
you, Jamie.
the governors, that's it, everyone right now. This is why I am not a Republican. Definitely not a
anything.
Democrat, because the government is a group of people, which I don't care what they tell you or how good they are, they seek to gain and maintain power. They always do. And COVID was this, oh no moment where all of their sphincters went to pucker factor 14, and they all did this grasp for power and this grasp for acceptance by their higher ups or someone that they perceived as their betters. I agree with you 100%. Don't forget that. I'm not going to forget that almost all of them did that. What do you have? Kristi Noem that didn't?
She's the only governor.
That is it.
And then
Out of 51 states, if you include...
DeSantis jumped on board.
Sure, but out of
shortly after.
51 states, if you include Ukraine, did anyone catch on to that? Did you even hear what I said?
That include Ukraine as one of the
Yeah, our
50 states?
51st state.
Yes.
That's our welfare state. That every governor did that, some to greater extents. Heck, some went so far as to trying to salvage the Social Security system with it. You know, we don't need to go
COVID
into
was unprecedented. And honestly, it was also a
it.
time.
It really wasn't, though.
It was, because it was the first time the government.
The reaction
actually-
was.
Why on earth would we not protect the most vulnerable and keep our economy going?
Talking to
even
you,
in the
Cuomo,
past,
protecting those vulnerable.
even in the past with other, outbreaks of stuff, we've always protected the most vulnerable. We didn't shut our whole country down. So, Keith is my friend and he works for Tesla. That's why I said, hey, can get Elon on.
He works for Tesla?
Yeah. He prefers interviews with the press through X public calls. Well, let him know. We will be glad to be
we
do
should-
an X
we're-
public call.
We're kind of going live on X right now. We're not big enough to really go live on X, but we do try. But I would chat with Elon in a heartbeat, and I don't even care about politics. I just want this guy to lay out what his next wild idea is.
David Weiss says he needs to hate harder on the loss of my freedoms. And that's very
Mhm.
fair. And David's right. This was our first bio attack. And what we find out later is that it very well was funded by us.
Yeah,
And
it was
very
a-
well was unleashed on us. And it was an election year.
It's an inside job.
And all these conspiracy theories started becoming observations. And so I think that any Democrat, any liberal, any moderate Republican, anyone should realize what was happening is we were losing our autonomy, our ability to make decisions for our children, for ourselves, and our ability to work and support our families. I mean, that impact was huge. And we were not protecting the ones that had the most danger to this biological weapon, which is COVID, right? Considered a weapon. And
It's almost like they're like, AI and robotics are coming here soon. We need to figure out a test run on when we do decide to cull. And that's honestly what I feel like. I feel like we can't trust these people we put in charge.
again,
Like
though,
they hate you.
these people,
They just want to suck you dry.
okay, the people that we put in charge, though, this was a first for them too. And we can't sit here armchair quarterback. But those of us that were sitting there watching our rights just get thrown, the Constitution doesn't just disappear because you get an outbreak. And then there was an attack on the unvaccinated. It became like, hey, the problem here, I know Biden said it. The unvaccinated are the problem. We should
He
be
did not
against
say it
them.
anything like that.
This is a
You have to read the
disease of the unvaccinated or something like that.
No, you have to read what the White House puts out the next day to hear what he actually
Okay,
said.
but
Because he
don't-
said mumble, mumble, mumble.
Stop
Well,
it. I'm
anyway,
still got a thought now. Now you're taking me off the
I'm
rails.
sorry.
Absolutely. Okay, Heather. Oh my gosh. Heather says 2020 Trump is very different than 2024 Trump. He isn't a savior. It's a slippery slope on both sides of the options we're dealt with right now. Biden, no. Trump, no. We can't be naive, though, to assume that either side, a winner, is the answer or solution at this time. They must be acknowledged. Ignorance isn't bliss. You're absolutely right. And here's something that I try to tell people. I am a Trump supporter. It's about his policy. I have personally got to see him work with law enforcement and soldiers, and I have seen him be the most kind and amazing person where it comes to that law and order, things like that. I got personal experience with Donald Trump. He personally reached out to my family when we had a loss. And my interpretation of Trump is far different. But then when I look on the broader scale about policy and about small businesses thriving and energy independence and getting the border wall built and all these things, all while being judged by his own side and the Democrats, and CNN getting rich off of Trump just to complain about him. I know so many people have to hold their breath and hold their nose to give him a vote. But in the broader scale of it all, where we're going right now, where we're headed under all of this in the big picture, look at our interest rates, look at the border, look at how our young children, or excuse me, our adult children can't even afford to barely rent, let alone find a home and live in it. And the world we're living in is getting just smaller and smaller and smaller because we're in fights with everyone that we shouldn't be in fights with. We should be leading by example. We shouldn't be everybody's watchdog. We need to protect our own home before we reach out and try to help others, you know? So I know there are people who are never Trumpers out there who are saying never Biden too. But Biden is their nominee until he's not. Trump is our nominee, and they are doing everything they can to destroy Trump. And that to me speaks louder than any bad tweet, any, ridiculous tantrum he has. I don't care. The fact that our own government is trying to take him out should scare the hell out of all of us because he's an ex-president. We're regular people, and we've seen what happens to regular people who try to take a stand against this government. This is not good. It is not good, and I hope so badly that the never Trumpers will just say, are we going to be better off under Trump's policies, which give us more freedom, or under Biden's you don't have to take our freedoms away. You just have to make it so we can't work or that we cannot fund because the interest rates are skyrocketing. Our wages aren't. And if anyone tells you that there is not a problem with inflation, they're lying. Go to the grocery store.
They're high. That's what they are.
And what's happening to all the food processing plants and all the farms? I look at all these things that are happening so coincidentally as food is getting harder and harder to get and afford and pay for. This is America. I've said it before. We don't know pain. We don't know pain.
It is interesting, but is that just a light being shined on things that's always been happening?
No. I am significantly poorer under this.
Well, no, about the food processing, because there's been a lot of them that have burned up and
hundreds
blown up. But has it always been happening? I do know that milling plants are extreme fire hazards.
Milling, not the issue. We're talking about food processing plants, things that have always worked. Even toilet paper processing plants have been blown up. Like what?
I'm wondering, is it just light being shown? Like this year, we had that recent, we talked about the recent thing with the squatters, right? You talked to me about it.
Yeah.
This is something that's been going on for a decade now. I was hearing stories about squatters abusing the system for a decade.
Right, but not in mass, like in San Francisco, for example.
Oh,
San
yes.
Francisco has,
In San Francisco, in Portland, in New York.
yeah, Portland.
All
Yeah.
these laws are old and they've all been abused for a long time. It's not until the media hears a story that for some reason they catch on to it. There's been other instances where squatters killed the homeowner when the homeowner come home, and it's just slid right under the radar. It's just all of a sudden now it becomes a big issue. And is that because the media is like, oh man, it's a slow week. Look around and find me anything. And they look around, they find that, and all of a sudden that's all anyone talks about, and everyone makes videos about it. And because of that, New York corrects themselves, or actually New York doesn't correct themselves. New York writes another law to correct the law that they had wrote that broke everything, you know. So is that just?
No, I think it's intensified. And
So you think?
I do.
And there
because
may be more squatters
right
than there
now,
was back then.
there are more, because right now more people are out of work. They're out of homes. They've lost their homes. There's more homeless people. These
That
cities
is-
are overrun with homeless. And these homeless people sometimes turn into squatters. And I think that's been intensified. I also know that the stuff happening over the border and these people coming
Let
over
me
the
ask you-
border, they're looking for places to
Let
live.
me ask you this then. What if 10 years ago when I first heard about it, what if we would have gotten involved then and made the correction then?
You mean like where you can defend your home with a firearm? If
Defend your
someone's
home,
squatting?
or just make it so that people don't have the right to come and live in an empty house for 30 days and then it belongs
That
to
needs
them.
to get fixed. You're absolutely right. We need
What
to
if
do
that
it.
would have been fixed 10 years ago?
Then this would be a whole different situation.
Then it wouldn't be a situation at all, correct? The
Right.
police would show up, they would escort the person out, maybe to jail, maybe to a shelter, maybe to rehab, or maybe just to the sidewalk. But the
and
police would have
now it's a
escorted them
civil
out.
matter. It should be a criminal matter. It
S-
should be an
100%.
arrestable offense.
They
You're
have stripped
absolutely right.
away the Fourth Amendment of those people.
So what I was getting to with Heather, and she says Trump is different this year
Mhm.
than Trump 2020. And I actually agree, because I think because the primary happened so early on, we didn't see Trump as this ridiculous bully attacking people on his own side, where it was constant debates of bullying and all messed up. It's like he's taken a step back and he's focused his energy now on the work that needs to be done and the problem with Biden and the policies coming out of Biden's administration. And then it's like we're seeing him in more of a let's get to business type light. At least I voted for him in 2016, but I did so very after just look, I just would rather have him than Hillary. That was my final decision, because I thought he was just a big smarmy bully that was just going to wreak havoc. And then when he started keeping his promises and trying to get policy through that was really positive, and I mean, he kept more promises than any politician, president I've ever seen. And so I was like, wait a minute, wow. And in spite of his own party not supporting him.
Yeah, in spite. His fight with the border, although everyone knows I'm not a border wall fan. I think the problem lies in us offering welfare to people who come across illegally, which is, I think if we shut that off to where you can come across, but you get nothing. You don't get to go to the hospital and have a baby on the dime of the people.
Yeah, but we're not animals. We can't turn people away from hospitals.
I'm an animal. Anyways.
No, you couldn't do that. You couldn't.
Sure.
A sick child, or people
Sure.
in a car accident.
Bring him in. We'll fix him. And then we'll, you've just got to identify yourself. We'll put something on you so that if you ever become successful, we'll come recover it, whatever. But I think it's that because other countries don't offer that support.
I mean,
Why aren't people stopping in Mexico? Because they get to Mexico, what do they get?
well,
Do they get $32,000
You can
or
go into a
$3,200 a
hospital.
month?
you can go into a hospital in Mexico, Europe. They're not going to turn you away if
Sure.
you're in need.
Let's give them the exact same thing. Norma says, I hate the two-party system fighting each other. Just vote for the best qualified, no parties involved. I like it.
And I want to say, hi, Mom. Thank you. Love you.
Is she showing up? I didn't see her yet.
Yes. She said,
So she's,
I look beautiful.
oh, yeah.
Maybe I look less stressed and I look like, oh my gosh, we got
Because
that really.
the convention's over?
Yes. And because I'm feeling good still. Thank you, Dr.
Mhm.
Strain.
Dr. Strain,
He's my doctor.
he just needs to throw a G on there. Be perfect.
I know. David said that the internet has shown the truth, and he's right. And that's the other thing. Like we have had so much access to information. So we are seeing everything on a world scale. And we got to see what happened in Australia during COVID. I mean, they were literally sending people to camps and they were not letting people outside and they were arresting them.
Even that lady that runs that magazine down there that was so good on free speech up until that point, she lost her mind and became a COVID lockdown. They're not concentration camps. Yes, they are. 100%.
You were concentrated into one place.
They went
leave.
They went and gathered up young indigenous males and put them in walled off concertina wire areas.
They put women in there too.
And if they escaped, they would hunt them down.
It's true.
That is a concentration camp. I don't care. Now, they didn't they didn't follow through with other concentration camp builders' motives from the past, but they also didn't do it for 4 years straight. So maybe.
It's insane. We acted insane. The country went insane. When you couldn't be out paddleboarding in the middle of the ocean where it was a crime, like literally we lost our minds.
Do you remember watching the cop chasing that surfer on the empty beach? Which makes it difficult for me to
judge politicians or task force or commissioners because the world was losing their minds and we were looking for people to be reasonable and thoughtful, but we also had no idea what this virus or sickness could do.
I argue they did, because did they test anybody crossing the southern border illegally?
Absolutely not. Which should tell you all you need to know about that virus.
I argue they did know. I think they were just trying to see how many rights they could take away under the guise of a really bad cold. And let's just go through some of let's play a real quick highlight reel just off the top of my head. Do you remember what they did to the skate parks in California?
Oh, yeah.
Filled them in with sand. My favorite is still watching that police officer running after that surfer on an empty beach because that surfer was not wearing a mask or whatever. And then the top one is, what was it? Those 4 states, including one Republican governor, putting sick people in old folks' homes.
Absolutely.
Those governors should be put on trial today.
They should be.
And
they
should be on trial for every single patient lost.
I think that Fauci should be on trial. Because
hands down. Fauci should be buried under the courthouse where he stands trial.
Then let's also remember during this crazy time where we're all scared, we don't know what's going on, we're told we can't go to a beach and we can't go outside and be open and walk our dog in the daytime in the sun. Meanwhile, it's okay to riot in these enormous cities in 100,000 people in one place. That was your protest, was a part of your free speech. But going to a beach without a mask was an absolute insane idea, and you should be prosecuted. And David said how many cops must have killed themselves for their dishonor. That's
dark. A big question.
That's dark, and it's probably a lot. I know deputies in our county.
Do you remember all those?
Didn't have to enforce that, but a lot did.
Remember all those? There was a kind of a small rash of suicides in D.C. after January 6th. like a month after.
Not even
And
a month after.
They tried blaming it on January 6th.
They still do. They say that.
But I wonder if
that many officers died because it was only a week after.
I wonder if it was
dishonor
about the cops on January 6th that saw what happened and how it was portrayed.
I hope, that's
by their
devastating.
leadership.
It's so devastating because, you don't know what to believe in the DC. I know cops that are DC police officers and Capitol Police. And I just keep thinking, like, how must that have been defending the Capitol, which is your job, defending, what could potentially happen, but also being drug into a narrative.
Well, how about the cops that just opened the doors and let the people in because they didn't have trouble out? Like if they were on the other side of the building, they just opened the doors and let people in because they didn't have a riot outside their doors.
I know
they had a couple of little old grandmas out there.
Many law enforcement officers, not all, but many support Donald Trump because he was the first president to have their back. He was the first president in 8 years.
Yeah, I wouldn't say he's the first president to have their back.
I'm saying
the first president to have their back again.
Obama, I've never seen anything like this. I've never had to see a president get involved in all these different social issues that Obama got involved in, with Trayvon Martin, and with everything. And
the brown kid down in Missouri. The
hands up, don't shoot. All of that, a president getting involved so much so that he's almost like, hey, people are going to riot, No. A president shouldn't get involved, especially if it's anti-police, because no one hates a bad cop.
Don't make it personal.
Than a good cop. Nobody. And good cops, they will never back a bad cop. That's the last thing they want. Just like no doctor likes a bad doctor. No teacher likes a bad teacher.
The downside is when you start running out, like when you do the, ACAB and shutting down law enforcement, all you're left with is bad cops because the good cops are like, I'm going to go do something else. I'm going to go be a construction worker. I'm going to go, do something else. And they're finding that out in big cities right now. You're seeing a lot of, what was that latest one where that young man was killed and they found out that there were 4 police officers and 2 of them 5 years ago wouldn't have been able to get into post because of their records. And none of them had over 3 years in service.
I don't know.
It was insane. I've got to look it up. But anyways, we go on. I personally, I think that, I don't know. I don't like to drift into my mind into why COVID was this goofy, like, conspiracist test on the general populace. But what else can I think? What else can I think when the very people who told you have to stay home didn't? Like, you'd think that if they believed that Pelosi wouldn't have went and got her hair cut when she wouldn't let anyone
have approved the rioting.
Well, yeah, but Nancy,
none of them stood up and said, "Hey, no rioting."
Nancy Pelosi had that what do you call a barbershop for girls?
A salon.
It had the salon open.
Barbershop for girls.
Had the salon open so that she could go there and get her hair did.
She wasn't the only one.
She forced them to shut down.
We talked about
and then made them open so she could go in there. And then you've got Newsom, Pelosi's nephew, the lizard.
That's just California.
Well,
what about what's her name? The one that. Well, I have to have my nails done and I have to have my hair done because my appearance matters. And yet, wait a minute. Some of us believe our appearance matters too.
Have you heard of Mayor Henyard? Have you heard anything about her?
No.
Tiffany Henyard?
But I do need to excuse one of our guests.
Yes, we got youths boiling over in here, it looks like. You can go ahead and walk on out. It's okay.
You too, Mr. Producer.
Anyways, and then you've got so this Tiffany Henyard, she calls herself the super mayor. She is the mayor of some town. It's like suburbs of Illinois.
Oh, I love Illinois. Nothing ever happens in Illinois.
Never. Let me pull her up. This has been my, what's that?
Take us off screen. Show the screen.
Well, let me pull it up first.
Okay.
They don't need to see me. Okay. Dalton Mayer, and she is, this lady is phenomenal. So go watch Nate the Lawyer or Actual Justice Warrior or Black Conservative Perspective. They all do shows on her. This lady is wild.
And what part of she's from Chicago?
Yes, she's from Chicago, but
she's not the mayor of Chicago, is she?
no, she's like in a suburb of Chicago.
Okay,
It's a Dalton Township, and she's also the supervisor for another township down there, like a neighboring one. But
Okay, tell me why. Like, tell me, is she conservative? Is she
God, no.
Democrat?
Oh God, probably Democrat. But when you get to Illinois, like suburbs and Chicago, it doesn't matter what political party you are because they only have one. But anyway, so I'll do the story on this lady. This lady has been, stupid ads. She has been spending the township's money. Like she's put them $5 million in debt.
Oh my God.
Drink that in for a minute. Like taking lavish vacations. And so this township hasn't been able to pay its bills. Like it's on the verge of getting its cop cars repossessed. And how are you if you're the repo man and you pull up and you've got to repo the freaking cop cars at the police station?
She should be in jail.
Well, the FBI is investigating her now. She's been locking she locked the city clerk out of their office because the city clerk says, "Hey, do we got money missing?" So she
the
locked
clerk
her.
auditor.
She locked her out of her
A lot of
office.
cities have a
Now,
clerk auditor.
and
position.
this is a it's almost all black. The populace. So she claims it's racism, but it's almost all black. Like
the police force is black. The mayor, the governor.
yeah, but this is different. I mean, in Dalton, and she hired the police to be her private security, and one officer in a pay period, which a pay period is what they say it was, something like 330 hours or whatever. He got paid for like 305 hours in like a week. He had 30 hours off.
Yeah, but wasn't he like a boyfriend?
We don't know.
I mean, I've heard this, and I believe that's been alleged, but that's a criminal. That's
So,
somebody's using the taxpayer dollars.
If he's getting paid to roll around with her, he's no longer a boyfriend. He's a prostitute. But yeah, she has been my guilty pleasure watching this. But the FBI, she's on their radar. They're digging through her paperwork, going through all her stuff. I don't know. Don't listen to me on it. Again, go listen to any of those other channels I told you about. Actual Justice Warrior, he's a good YouTube channel. Nate the Lawyer is one of my favorites. He's fantastic. He digs into a lot of these crime cases.
Well, I have some exciting news that will get Mr. Cole Kelly. He will be on Friday. Thank you, Keith.
So we already lined it up. Perfect.
Yes, and I will send you the details. So thank you, friend.
Yeah. And seriously, if you guys have a friend who's running for political office or an ideal or a party you want to support, please reach out. We want to have you all on. We want to, I mean, we want everyone to have Dave says her TikTok is great. Tiffany Henyard, she does have a TikTok. I haven't watched it, but I mean, she showed up to one of their city council meetings dressed like a gangster out of like a 90s drug dealer film.
Oh my goodness. What for what? What was her point?
She brings a DJ with her to
Oh my gosh.
she has a DJ in the city council meeting playing like a rap song.
Why on earth? Why on earth are people tolerating this?
And it's like the words of it are give me what you, or pay me what you owe me.
Okay. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself.
It's
but you're
fantastic.
1 pint in, so
That's all I get to drink tonight. Not even a pint, only a half a pint. This is a rather strong homebrew.
folks, I'm telling you, this is insanity.
We're
tolerating this.
We're in the best timeline. They turned on CERN. Boom, Trump becomes president. Mind blown. And now it's going off the rails. They never told us. The Mayan calendar said it was the end of days in December 21st, 2012. But they never told us how long the end would take. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, that sounds about logical.
But here's another thing. We should get on with local news, but I was listening to James Lindsay on Benjamin Boyce's podcast the other night, and James Lindsay sent my mind spinning. He talked about how he thinks this DEI and this new cultural revolution, because he thinks the internet is going to completely, for lack of a better term, democratize the world, where you seek out the best ideas and you actually, like monopolies will be unmaintainable. And he thinks that DEI and CRT is a push from above, because you often wonder why these ultra rich guys are supporting these communists that are seek to overthrow them. But it's because they know that when they do that, it'll throw us back into a modern day feudalism. And that's kind of, and it got my mind spinning. I spent half the night sitting up thinking that scenario through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She's busy to absorb my
get it.
My thoughts of that. But James Lindsay, he blew my mind the other night. I was just like, oh, it was so hard that I kind of got up out of bed and had to do some writing. Yes, I know how to write.
It's 3:14.
I do it with crayon.
And Dave just mentioned Bitcoin. So we're an hour and 14 minutes. Where you been, Dave?
Bitcoin will win. It's beyond. I think we need to separate ourselves from that, but it's beyond that also.
Guys, we have to say enough is enough. We've got to stand up. That's the number one thing. I hope people in Illinois will stand up. I hope people in California will stand up, because we're watching a clown world play out in real time. And I can't think that even Democrats are okay with some of this.
And we're on the eve of World War III. Hey, Dave, didn't the halvening just happen? And what is Bitcoin at today because of the halvening? I need to look that up.
Why don't you just have Dave tell you?
Bitcoin price right now. Oh, it's at 62. It looks like it went down just a little bit. $62,781 is one Bitcoin. That's heavy. But yeah, back to let's see what Dave says. Yep, the halvening just happened, which means the price of Bitcoin just went up. And boy, if you're jumping into your first time mining Bitcoin, you're in for a hard job now.
Well, are they about to run out of them? Aren't there just so many left?
No. Well, yes, but they had a halvening, which means Dave should be on here explaining this. But happening is it means it makes it. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dave. Correct me when I'm wrong, Dave. It means that once a happening happens and it's a scheduled event, it becomes suddenly harder to mine Bitcoin and to adjust how much the miners get paid. And when it becomes harder, it takes more computer to do it.
This is compelling show.
Compelling and rich.
I wish I had Bitcoin,
But no,
but because I don't.
It's a
I
big
really
thing.
don't
Like in
care.
the beginning, when you were mining Bitcoin, you could do it with just a junky computer. But nowadays, you've got to have a computer that means something to mine Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Like you've got to have a beast.
Or a few of them.
Yes.
And plenty of power.
Yeah. Half supply input. Okay. That explained it.
So, okay, let's get on to
Okay.
the next
Let's
thing.
do some local news.
Well, I want to talk about the walk that happened.
That's what I was bringing up right here. Where's it at?
So if you're from Tooele County, then you know about Life's Worth Living 100-mile walk to Wendover.
Yes.
And it's put on by Life's Worth Living. And it's actually pretty amazing. Members of our community that participate usually do so every single year. And John Gossett, who is leading the Life's Worth Living Foundation, he has been giving like a play-by-play of how their weekend went. And just so you know, these folks walk 100 miles to get, there's a picture now of
there's our good
the
sheriff
and his lovely wife.
Yes.
And Chris Sloan, probably not in his favorite picture ever.
He's like, you got me while I was exhaling.
And so look at the group. Such a large group showed up for this and has shown up in the past. And the beauty of this is that this year,
that guy's wearing a tutu.
really, really pushed.
They had like 163 people.
This year, it really, really pushed folks in a way I don't think they've ever been pushed before. It rained nonstop. The mud on that walk was horrendous. The bus got stopped. I think if you don't follow Life's Worth Living on Facebook, please do, because you would get just John Gossett's work. This is a passion for him. All these folks that walk, this is in honor of people who are struggling with depression or who have dealt with suicide in their lives. And this gives them a place to come together with people who are also going through that. And it's just like, it's such a cool, cool thing. But to do it in pouring, freezing rain all the way to Wendover. And John Gossett tells a little bit about how he was ready to give up because the bus gets stuck. He doesn't know if they're going to get it out. It was so muddy. And yet he just said it made the finish line so much more sweet. And these are members of our community that we all know. I'm sure all of you know someone who's participated in this. It's such a beautiful, beautiful thing.
And we all know someone who's suffered with the loss of a family member, or the loss of a friend to suicide. And it's a tragedy. It's a horrible thing. You know that. You often never know what's coming. You can't.
No.
And then you question yourself, what could I have done? Could I have been a better person beforehand? Would that have changed it? And you can't question yourself like that because
ultimately it's their decision.
It is. And
you don't know what they're
you don't know
with.
what drove them to it. You don't know their motivations or circumstances.
But it's never your fault. I mean, it's never your fault. And the people who do go through this,
unless you're Hillary Clinton or Boeing,
it's
anyway.
not a joke time. It's never your fault. And if you're dealing with someone who has done this, you can beat yourself up all the time. But again, at the very end of the day, it's completely their decision, and you can never second guess understand what's going through their mind. And it is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. And when you have fellow, community members who have gone through this just like you, what an opportunity to at least not feel alone. And this is something I wanted to get back to regarding COVID. We lost a lot of young people after that COVID lockdown. We lost a lot. We lose a lot of veterans every single day.
Mm-hmm.
And I pray anyone listening within the sound of my voice that you never take this out. Please get help. There's places like Life's Worth Living that will help you. You can reach out. You can be anonymous. You could contact us at the show and we would gladly, I would love so much to at least have an opportunity to try to get through to someone, because every one of us have our mission here on earth. And I keep telling my kids, tomorrow is a new day. And I know some parents have lost their children to this and they probably beat themselves up and question everything and go through so many emotions. And it's my biggest nightmare, And so I think when you have a community of people and this was born and raised here in Tooele County with John Gossett and his beautiful wife. And they started this organization and it has only grown and grown and grown. And yes, I love they're getting everyone together, but it breaks my heart that we even need it, but we need it. We need it here.
Yeah.
And veterans, they have veterans that you can contact through Life's Worth Living. So you're a veteran talking to another veteran. And, they're picking up something that was obviously needed. And they've made it a beautiful experience, even in the rain and the mud. They always celebrate in Wendover with a great concert. And I think you showed the concert venue.
Yeah, this year they had, let me get back to it. They had
he's right up there in the picture.
Oh, yeah, I've got to go up.
Jacob
Ty Herndon.
Herndon.
It is a country music concert. Is that correct? Yeah. I am not familiar with much of country music once it got past, I don't know.
These folks,
I'm sure
their feet were just so killing them. Plus, they were wet. Their feet were wet. They were wet. Blisters. And the thing is these guys have a lot of fun on this event. And
the guy's wearing a tutu. It's a time. And also, if you wanted to drop back into the group and just have a conversation while you walked, you could.
Yeah.
Or if you wanted to drop back further or go further ahead.
Or you could get on the bus.
Slip into that meditation, buses. Where you can sit and, use an hour or two of this walk to pick through your own time, through your own problems you may go on through or game plan. It's and I kind of bummed we didn't attend.
Well, I was at convention for 16 hours.
So I think next year you need to tell convention, not today, and we should go on this.
We will get John Gossett
on. Are you going to do it in your hills?
This. No, but I will walk a mile in her shoes. We also have that event in Tooele every year called Walk a Mile in Her Shoes. And men wear high heels, women wear high heels, and it's like a 5K, I think.
Yeah.
And it's just a way to empower women and the battles women face. And I've seen the sheriff do that too. I've seen a lot of these same folks do that too. And that's a really cool march. And talk about blisters. Some of us do that every day in heels, but when the guys do it, it's funny.
Oh.
And they also really get an idea of
picking a lot of gravel out of the thigh on that day.
Of how beauty is pain.
But hey, that's a self-imposed one there. I don't think men make you wear high heels, do they?
No one makes anyone wear anything. But Norma said, when other kids at school are telling a child that they should just kill themselves, it's a bully situation. The antagonist needs repercussions. And I think laws are getting there. And it's gotten to a point where kids will say it just to be mean. And I think that starts at home, guys, always at home, where we tell our kids never say those things. But social media is a beast in itself for young people. And, what gets said on there is horrible. As parents, we need to be watching what our kids are saying, what they're hearing from other kids, because I know so many parents that don't have a child on earth any longer because, bullies. And
there was that,
and they couldn't do anything
that
because
hits-
they didn't know.
that hits close to local. We had that young 12-year-old girl
Yeah.
just a few months ago, and
And then a year before that,
she was
a 12-year-old boy.
Yeah, she was catfished by other girls in her school and made to feel awful about it. What a tragedy.
It's just,
And it's so
devastating.
I don't know. Maybe we should have a moment that you guys can play for your kids. Here you go. If you're going to play it for your kids, don't be a dink.
Seriously, if we
And trust me, here's the thing. All you middle schoolers, you over there, listen right now. Pull your phone off and listen to the words that's coming out of my head. Every mean thing you say now, when you become an adult, you will see that person and you will regret, because you will be different people.
yeah, you'll be.
I'll tell you right now, if I could go back in time, I would start almost over, and I would be outgoing in elementary, junior high, middle school, whatever, high school, be outgoing and friendly.
And kind, yeah.
Because right now, I run into people I went to elementary school with all the time. And I wish that none of my encounters are bad, but what would it be if I was everybody's best friend?
Yeah.
What would my world today look like if I was that outgoing, super friendly, honest, not fake friendly, honest, upfront,
Genuine.
friendly person?
Well, look at it this way. After COVID and the isolation these kids suffered, and now, they're in the most awkward stage of their life, junior high. And so it's such a hard time for kids anyway. But for kids to be allies to each other, we get this because we're adults and our brains are formed and we understand regret. Kids their age in junior high, they live for the day. It's a day-to-day basis, and they're constantly worried about what people think of them, if they're talking about them. Now they've been isolated, then they're thrown back, and you've got social media, and the numbers are going up of young people, and they're getting younger and younger. And if you could just have that, every parent wishes they could have that one conversation before any decision is made where they can plead with that child to see past the now and see into the future and know you're loved and know that everything's going to be okay, because we don't get those moments with people who do this. And it's so painful.
The nightmare.
The ripple effect goes so far beyond just your little family too. These young kids, this young lady this year and the young man last year, I know the young man's mom, and she is a warrior. She's amazing, but that ripple, she saw how far out it went, and the effect it has on people. People that didn't even know her were so broken because of how young he was.
Go to any drive-up window here in town. His name's on the window.
Yeah.
And Katie's son, Maston, was good friends with him. And it has affected Maston a hard way.
It affected
yes.
I adore their family. And she is a warrior though. And she could be angry. I'm sure she's angry. I'm sure she's scared and thoughtful, but she's turned this into a teachable moment so that other parents may avoid it. And I just hope so badly that we as parents stay in tune with our children. And I hope that schools and administrations are really, really listening when a child is being told this. I think there's something to say about having kids off of social media so that their conversations, but even if a kid texts you, Your child needs to know, they need to come to you and let them know. But it's such a hard thing, bullying, because if you tell on the bully, it gets worse potentially. If you
Mhm.
involve the school, if you involve the parents, like we don't know what the right equation is.
And do the adults know the best way to deal with it?
We don't. We
We
don't know.
haven't figured that out yet.
But we're prepared to fight to the death if it means our child
Yeah.
survives. So there has got to be an opportunity, a place where a kid can make a phone call when they are struggling and they can just talk about it. And that's what Life Worth Living's done. And
Mhm.
I know on the app, Safe UT, there's a way that they can talk about it, but there's got to be repercussions to these bullies. And I have to say this, we have to remember these bullies are also children. So,
And commonly bullied themselves, whether at home or also at school.
and I would say bullies are usually raised by bullies,
Mm.
but I've also learned through experience that bullying
You
is
saying
sometimes
that you are?
I'm saying sometimes it is very sometimes what a child takes as bullying is sometimes it's all relative to
Well,
the child,
it's-
to the situation. And parents, good parents, intervene if their child is a bully and holds their child accountable and does a lot of teaching at home. But you can't blame bullying on parents all the time.
Well, and you can't honestly say that everything called bullying is bullying,
Right. That's
because
what I mean by it being
everything
relative.
is weaponized nowadays. Everything is weaponized. Everything is a tool to be used by someone who wants to gain an edge. I don't know how to get around that. David asks, has resiliency been lost? I don't know. I don't know.
I think on
has-
that note, people talk about, there are some people that refuse to fail. There are some people who will not be victims of their own life and they will always try to be victors. But we're dealing with so many young people that they're taking everything very personal. This was us as teenagers. You remember Mean Girls were probably at your school. You knew who the bullies were at the school. And, nowadays it's such a fine line because you don't know what is going to affect a child in what way and to what extent. And if we're not talking physical bullying, we know how mean girls can be. They don't have to punch you.
What?
It's like Elaine Bennis said, we don't get violent. We just tease you till you have an eating disorder. It's psychological warfare.
Who said that?
Elaine Bennis from Seinfeld.
Oh,
And
I never watched Seinfeld.
Well,
I know it's
I really feel
crazy.
bad
Yeah, I didn't
for
watch
you.
Friends until about 5 years ago. Because
do you notice there's people who hate Friends and Seinfeld because they think it's this or this or this? And yet, can we just shut our
I
brains out?
enjoyed Friends.
be
I thought it was
entertained?
funny.
Right. It's funny. Can we just laugh? I said to someone yesterday when they referred to Blazing Saddles, and I said, you could never make that show today.
I did watch Blazing
But
Saddles.
back in the day, it was just like, we have to laugh at these things because if we don't, our country's lost. And that was in the 70s that show came out.
Was Blazing Saddle in the 70s?
Oh, I'm almost positive. But
I don't
Mel
wanna
Brooks, I think, who wrote it, said, I'm doing it. It was in bad taste. He knew that. But he's like, we have to make fun of everyone equally. And he did. He makes fun of everyone in that show.
I like when he's holding himself. 74.
Yeah. It's older than me.
Oh, that show is fantastic.
And it's making fun of the problems in our society. And what's crazy is that when humor dies, folks.
Oh, when he's holding himself hostage.
Do what he say. Do what he say.
Anyways, all right. Let's move on to happy. We're time for the therapy. Oh, no, I'm watching Blazing Saddles tonight. Okay, so for anybody out in the Tooele County area, or if you just want to come out, Clark's Historic Farm is having the Barnyard Babies
Oh, my-
event this weekend.
This is Ryan's favorite.
So, yeah, I'm sure Ryan's out there right now cuddling Dozer.
Carson, are we on X right now? Excellent. So if you're watching on X, thank you for tuning in.
Yeah.
Please follow
Or watching on anywhere.
on
But
YouTube, Rumble. Follow and subscribe, guys, because this is quality.
yeah,
This is quality today.
Quality. Anyways, so if you're out and about this weekend, or you want to take your kids somewhere, or just want to get out, head down to Grantsville. So it'll be
This is Friday.
Friday today, and so probably too late now because it ends at 6 p.m. tonight, but tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. head on down there. It costs $7 for 4 and older. Go on in. You get to hold the baby sheeps and the baby cows and the foals and a whole bunch of stuff there. But I mean, you know, that would be a fun day. And I'm pretty sure you could go visit the old man down at the Donna Reed Museum, just kind of right across the street, kitty corner, just to the east
Yeah,
of
if
it.
you want to go see that, tell them how they can reach out.
Do a tour. If you ever want to go down there and see it, just give my dad a call. Numbers 435-884-3259. If you go to the website, Donner Party Museum, run by the Sons of the Utah Pioneers, you can go check that out. The old Clark Farm, I believe, is ran by the Daughters of the Utah Pioneers. But yeah, go on down there, check it out. I mean, okay, it looks like on Friday they've got a magician at 4.
Well, look at the singing from 3.
Chelsea Bodell will be singing at 3.
Haley Broderick too.
So you've got, you have to shut us off and go down there if you want to see the musician.
The theater class from Excelsior Academy will perform a puppet show on Saturday at 2.
Yep.
So
And
we
puppet
I think we're going
workshop.
to go with that. I think we'll go to that. But I have
Perfect.
something tomorrow until about 2. So if you want to go.
Let me see what's going on. But yeah, everyone, go down there. But man, that'd be
Who doesn't love baby animals? I mean,
mhm.
that's kind of like one of the greatest things on the planet.
The job I've been working on the last few days or the last few weeks was those sheds, humming. But it was to put animals in that this family has on their farm, and they just had a baby goat,
Oh, they're the cutest.
baby pygmy goat, one of them baby little ones.
My dad had a couple of them.
The thing was about that tall. It was tiny.
It's adorable, and they drink out of a bottle when they're little. It's so cute. And really quick, Norma said, back to our kids, they see what their future holds because of what their parents are going through, and they cannot place themselves in a winning situation. And that is so true. And that's why, as parents, again, this
That's
isn't
a tough
the answer
reflection.
that we can ever, this isn't the only answer, but the way that we can show our kids resilience, living our lives with resilience and positivity and hope, sometimes that gets through to a kid, and and then that relationship, mother and child, father and child, where they feel safe to come to you. And then we seek it out of them. What do you want me to do? Because some kids don't want you to tell anyone. They just want to tell you. And if that's what it is, you make a little agreement like, hey, I won't go anywhere, but you've always got to talk to me and keep me in the loop, and then let me help you. Also,
parents need to attempt to shield their kids from problems that the kids aren't ready to manage.
That's absolutely true.
Even
with drastic measures.
When the kids aren't mature enough to manage it, you shield the parents from that. And then as the child grows, shield the child from that. And as the child gets older and you can introduce stuff to them, but you don't want to introduce to the young children, if you have marital problems or financial problems, you want to be responsible how you parent.
Yeah, because they need consistency and they need security. And
they need to feel safe.
And their house has to be a safe place for them to be whoever they are. And if they know that, and their life isn't getting shaken upside down at home. They have a safe place at home. Then, and again, I'm not saying that people who've ever lost their children didn't have these things. I know many of them have amazing homes and very good places. We can never figure it out, I'm sure, because there's just too many reasons, and most of us can't figure it out. And so it's
But
just one.
As parents, every parent out there knows you just stumble your way through being a parent as best you can.
That is something.
Being a parent is a cascade of happy, joyous moments and mistakes. That's what it is.
I saw something on the internet where a guy was talking about his first son, his firstborn child. And he said it perfectly. He said, not only are you our first, but we're your first, and we're learning how to parent from you.
Yeah.
Because that firstborn, it's all firsts.
The firstborn
It's the first time you've ever had to deal with this or this or this. And the child, unfortunately, the firstborn gets the parents' mistakes because we figure it out. And then by the second child, we're like, well, we won't do that.
And then the third child gets the opposite mistakes. Yeah, go ahead and go do that.
But I think the point I'm trying to make is our firstborn grows up with us, because they grow up new to the family and we're new to parenting. And so they get all of our mistakes and they get all of our firsts. We get all their firsts. And I mean, they're all firsts for us too.
Let me let you in on a little secret. For any of you soon to be parents or first time parents, keep your parents around and listen to them.
And your grandparents.
That's what I'm saying. Keep your child's grandparents around. Keep your parents around. When you have a child, your greatest tool of advice will be your mother and father or aunt and uncle.
If they're good people.
And if they're, but even then they've usually matured a little bit.
I hope so.
And if you're lucky, like I was, you'll have your grandmother to push your son around. And I was very lucky in having that.
Oh yeah. And I got so lucky in having great parents. I'm amazed when I meet people who don't, and I feel so bad for them, where they've had to make a logical thought that I need to get this person out of my life because they're toxic or whatever. And that can't be easy, especially when you're parenting for the first time.
100%.
But it is so important that your child has strong male role models and strong female role models and a loving person. And, I had a grandma that was all loves and snuggles and, hugs, and another grandma that was all life lessons and brutal truths.
The brutalist grandma.
And yet she was a teddy bear locked in a 4-foot body full of P and V. But
I had the same thing.
I was so lucky.
Up. But I was very lucky that I've got to grow my whole life with my grandma, who's still around today. And she has great grandkids that she gets to tend to and bounce around. And I think that's fantastic. Another story, we're not going to read through the whole thing, but if you want to find out, go to the transcript bulletin. But the school board is modifying or has modified the elementary school boundaries because they've got new schools opening or set to open. So they're drawing those boundaries out now. So if you're questioning what boundary you're in or maybe what boundary you want to move to, go on to the transcript bulletin, read about it, get a feel for that. I don't have elementary school kids, so it's not applicable to me, but and it would be for a super boring show, but please go check it out if you have any questions about that. Now.
Okay. Will you please play this?
Yes, I will. Let me see if it will bring us some sound. Okay. So everyone, Oh, oh, they're throwing that in there. Sorry,
Of
guys.
course, they got to make money.
The sound is not coming through again. We're not going to play it because it's not, the sound isn't coming through. I don't know why. I've troubleshoot this, and I think I've got a problem in the new hookup to the computer. I'll have to work.
Okay,
through.
so basically what they're saying is that when they did a state poll based on popularity for Governor Cox versus our nominee, who is Phil Lyman, Governor Cox has an 80% approval rating, or it's not approval rating, but 80% of people that would vote for him versus this new nominee. Now, again,
Ooh, I might have taken care of it. Let's try it out real quick.
I hope that you guys just need to get to know Phil Lyman and understand why delegates chose him. But it made Spencer Cox's speech hit really different. So
We'll do a test.
you got to start over. You got to start.
I'm just doing a test.
Oh,
I know. Dead air. Keep talking.
okay. So you're not hearing what's on the.
You keep talking there.
So I'm trying to. So again, take everything with a grain of salt of what these press releases say, though, as well. It also, I mean, I hate to look to a certain press agency for certain information and then realize those same press industry, they'll like stab us in the back for no reason. So whether or not you take it with a grain of salt, I don't know. I've never been polled. If you've been polled on this race, by all means, tune in and let us know if you were polled. But a lot of this is really huge.
Yeah, it's not working.
Okay. So they're just basically saying that the general population of Republicans is overwhelmingly choosing Spencer Cox. And so
Yeah.
what Spencer
Threw
Cox
everyone
said
off.
during what Spencer Cox said during his speech was, "You're booing me. You booed the governor before me. You booed a senator. And yet for the primary, we all come out with an exceptional win." He's not wrong. That did happen. So I'm hopeful this time around, it is our job as delegates who believe in the nominee to get their name out, to get them out, to get in front of other voters, and to really, really connect with voters in a very important way, because it's very rare that an incumbent loses. But it's also, you know, if we don't do the work ourselves and we don't get Phil Lyman in front of these folks, Governor Cox will not be wrong. And I certainly think it's important. I would rather have everyone understand what both of them have to offer and make a well-informed vote, whatever that may be. But I think Phil Lyman should get, from the party's perspective, as the choice, the delegate, we need to get him out in every county in front of everyone and give people both sides so they can see. Because I swear, I believe in delegate voting so much, because they don't just vote from what they see on TV. In fact, most of them don't even see anything but ads here and there, but they get mailers nonstop. They get emails nonstop. They get to meet with these candidates, ask them questions, look in their eyes. Incumbents, not so much. They don't tend to get as engaged with the delegates as people running against these incumbents, to be fair. But there's nothing like talking to someone who wants to be your next governor or your next senator and having them ask the questions about issues that matter to you and also offer the solutions as we try to get to when they've been on the show. Like, don't tell us the problems. We know the problems. Tell us what you're willing to do about it and tell us how you're going to do it, because all of that matters. So we absolutely need everyone to meet the nominee of these delegates and to make sure that they know both of them when they go to that poll, because an informed populace, better representation in every way. So again, I haven't been polled myself, and the media in Salt Lake leaves a lot to be desired.
It's going to be interesting to see how this shakes out. But then again, what we have to remember when it comes to a primary like that, can Democrats in the state of Utah show up to that primary?
Well, they would have had to register as a Republican
How long
a
do they
long
have?
time ago.
Okay. I don't
At
know.
least 6 months prior. So
I
they
don't know.
can't switch. And I think it's actually been shown that it's such a small percentile that participates in the primary
But
when they switch parties to do it.
he said in that video that Herbert was booed and all that, and he still won by a majority. What causes that majority?
That's the regular everyday Republican who goes to vote in the primary. That's all your neighbors and any Republican you know votes in the primary.
So the delegates are more the delegates are more focused on one opinion, and then when the regular voters show up, they're not as focused, so it dilutes it.
Well, okay, to be fair, the delegates, and this is in how the system works for us. The delegates go in with their neighbors. We talk about it in caucus and what matters to our neighbors. And if we're doing our job right, we hear them. We ask them to vote for us. We become state delegates. At that time, our job for the next straight 6 weeks is, there were a lot of candidates for governor in the race.
Yeah,
and our job was to get in front of every candidate one-on-one, like we are sitting, like how we did, where we interviewed every candidate in the race except for Cox. And then we sit down with them. We're reading the emails they send us. We're calling them. We're asking them questions. We're hitting them in these meetings with the issues that matter to our neighbors. And then we will slowly decide which person we're going to support. That's how we vote at convention. Now, keep in mind, Governor Cox had, or what did I tell you, like 39% out of those 4,000 people. And Phil got his 60. So he gets to be the party's nominee. But that is not votes that people do lightly. These delegates make it their job to get to know these candidates. And some loved Carson. Some loved Sylvia. I mean, we asked them all to be on. We liked all of them. They were all incredible people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're all very nice. And
when they're all very nice and incredible people, then it boils down to the issues. And not only the issues, the solutions they're ready to offer. Because again, none of them have been governor before. Even Spencer Cox didn't know exactly. Well, he was lieutenant governor under Herbert. But in the beginning, you don't know what the job is till you're in the job. I mean, let's just be honest. It's all on-job training. So you can make promises, but you have a lot of people that you've got to work with, legislators alike, and your public. So a lot of these candidates won't know the job until they're actually in it, but they know enough about the responsibilities and they have their compass that they work from. So when I say the delegates are highly invested in getting to know these candidates, that's no joke. They spend hours and hours going over information. And every single day, it's tons of mailers. Every single day, you get phone calls from these candidates. They invite you to town halls and events, and we try to host as many as possible. But our podcast, was trying to get every single person on for you guys. But the delegates, I know, they do the work. So when they pick their person at convention and it's not the incumbent, why we lose in the end is because the broader audience, like we say, they're blissfully ignorant. They don't want to be involved in politics. Many of them vote because they're Republicans and they believe in the platform and they show up at the primary, but they usually only see commercials, read articles, they gauge their own life. Is it better? Is it worse? They're not sitting here so deep in the politics that they're gung-ho for one person or another. They're just less informed people.
Mm.
And many seek out information, and they usually go to what websites? The candidate's website. They read about their policy. Some of them will email, some will ask questions, but cities and counties like mine, we all want to get the people in front of the public.
Yeah, we
to see what the delegates saw.
And one thing I like is that on this show, when they're here, you can ask them questions directly if I don't screw up the setup somehow. Okay, O'Malley May says, "Amen, Jared." What did I say? It was probably about not only is Conrad an only child, he was surrounded by his older girl cousins and aunts. I think he's talking about keeping your parents around when you first become a parent.
Right. Or just great role models. Just great role models.
Yeah.
That love them.
Yeah.
That
You
love
want
them.
good people around, neighbors. You want to foster a good community. She says she can't hear it. Yeah. I still haven't got the sound figured out, and it's awful. I've been fighting with this for how long now? I've tried all the different settings.
Since we started,
We've
actually.
done, and what it is I'm playing with the new Restream platform, and I've got to dig into Restream because I know other people who do Restream that will give it a cycle back, and it's not giving that for me. When I just went OBS, it worked out, but now Restream, it's messing me up. Kay says, sound. Molly May says, she's asking who did that poll. It looked like,
That was the media.
Was it a KSL poll?
I think it was, well, wait. It could be a KSL poll, but also there are a lot of companies that do polls, and the polls they do, some of them are, the candidate on their bias to a candidate. So that's real.
Mm-hmm.
But there are some that do it just to keep the pulse on. And a lot of the media likes to draw from polls like that, not a biased poll. They want to get a poll that is done neutrally just to get the information. And I thought Fox was really fair during.
Yeah, they're not.
I saw him. I was sitting right by him.
I've actually stood next to that guy when they did when Axum first took over. He was wearing a cool plaid suit. I was like, man, I need to get me a cool plaid suit. Then I remember I don't wear suits. Okay. Over on X, we've got David says the people are not involved or low IQ. They need more government cowbell. David's bringing the spice. Adam on YouTube says, two of my favorite Republicans. David says on X again, the delegates are overridden by wealthy signature gathering nobles. And that is a concern. That may happen where your monetary value or your ability to acquire monetary value from others gets you across the line.
I can speak to that because where SB 54, which you'll hear a lot, where SB 54 was born, I think happened because Mike Lee did an upset of all time when he took over Rob Bishop's spot at convention. The delegates chose Mike Lee and knocked Rob Bishop out. Now, that was unprecedented. No one knew who Mike Lee was. And here you just knocked out an incumbent. And that's where SB 54 started because they didn't like it. They didn't like delegates knocking out incumbents at convention. And so they made a signature path. Now that signature path requires you to have quite a bit of money Because if you're not, and especially on a governor race, a senatorial race, congressional race, there's a lot of signatures.
Well, that
need
just
to get
makes
required.
it so that only the wealthy can utilize that path.
I mean, that's not unfair to say.
Let's not dig into conspiracy now. Adam says we will need to get Jared to register as a Republican. Could be the tie-breaking vote.
I've already asked. He can't participate in the primary, but he independently could vote in the presidential, and I am begging you to do that. I'm begging you. I am begging everyone, overwhelm a vote against Joe Biden. And if you can't pull the lever for Trump, then pick an independent, someone who's not global warming friendly, that worships at the altar of climate change, please. But
we need to get the
get
Libertarian
Biden
Party candidate on. Do you hear Trump's going to be speaking at the Libertarian convention?
I absolutely believe Trump would be a great guest.
They
there.
sent Angela McArdle, she's the Libertarian Party president, sent a letter to Biden, RFK, and Trump. And Trump said yes. Haven't heard from RFK yet. And Biden, he ignored that.
My
David's
hope is that RFK will split the vote for Biden.
He should
because
split the Biden side because his
values are very Democrat.
Yes, except when it comes to vaccines, which he has a traditional Democrat value. Vaccines was a Democrat issue 20 years ago.
His family, did you see that his family came out against him?
I think
Biden?
I think that would only help. It made the Kennedys look awful. Anyways, David says the population is just not informed like the delegates or the delegation, and that was off of Vex. And then we go back to the Facebooks, and we still got more Facebooks coming in. Okay. Mallory May says, Cox thinks we delegates are extremists and basically told us that what we thought didn't matter.
And the reason is because he's not wrong. The past has shown that the way the delegates vote is not the way the public will vote. And that there's more to it than that. But there are very low interest voters that vote in these primaries.
What that tells me is that you delegates need to get out in your neighborhoods.
Absolutely.
One, you need to get out and don't go out and go door to door Jehovah's Witnessing people about how you're going to save them. But you need to get out and listen to them and listen to their needs. And don't tell them you need to vote this way. But get out there and
don't be a bully
help people out and say, okay.
Because that hurts your candidate if you're a bully or a jerk.
The best way to do it would be you go out with everybody's platforms in front of you and say, okay, I'm your delegate and this is the way I'm voting. But do you have any questions? And and you may be giving them advice that goes against your wants and needs. But as a delegate, be that teacher of them to help them.
So did she says I call okay.
Well,
you can all day long. You can call BS all day long, but you've got to look at the history of this all. He wasn't wrong. They booed Herbert at convention and Herbert won handedly. They booed Orrin Hatch. He won handedly. So yes, the signature path is a way around delegates by design, and I hate it. But I also know that some delegates get very vicious and aggressive, and it causes other delegates to run to their corner, plant their flag, and they will just vote against their own delegates.
Also, as a delegate, I mean, you should be out in your community finding out what the people want, and then
that's literally your job.
Taking that into heart. I hope that you delegates are doing that so you don't get a surprise or an upset and use that as an opportunity.
Your literal job as a delegate is to tell your precinct when you're asking for their vote how you plan on voting or what your issues are, or if there's a candidate you don't like, and let them tell you if they agree or not. Because I remember running as a delegate and my whole precinct said, we want Orrin Hatch again. And I was like, he's been in so long, longer than I've been alive. This is crazy. But
Orrin
this is
Hatch
how
was
they
in when
felt.
Christ was a private.
And then I sent them a list. Of what I learned from Orrin Hatch. And then he was running against Stan Lillenquist at the time. And I really liked Lillenquist. And I gave them all the information that I got. And they responded to my email, we still want Hatch. I voted for my precinct. So
Yeah.
that's the thing. If you're doing your job as a delegate and you're doing it right, you can't pretend to know better than them. Your job is to inform your friends and neighbors as to what you've learned.
Well, and that's also the initial part of representative government. That's the very first straw of representative government.
Absolutely.
Is in Rome, where the Republican government was first tried and born, was in your college, your local neighborhood. You were the representative. The delegate was that representative.
And delegates always, like I said, just barely, a delegate is way more informed. And most people that become delegates,
this goes to you,
are hyper aware
Mallory,
of politics. And there are people who seek out politics and learning more than just what they hear or see. But that doesn't help if they don't keep going after convention and work with the candidate, donate to the candidate, inform your neighbors.
And we're not arguing against you guys. We want you to know this. We're not here trying to say, we're telling you that this is a past case that has happened where the delegates didn't go for the candidate who won. Because once you get into the greater politic, it can change. We're not telling you need to change to go for what the greater politic might be different than you. We're hoping that you as a delegate get out there and grind the soles off your shoes, going to your friends and neighbors and saying, look, and be in that point of education.
Perfect example, Kay Pratt. Delegates are more informed.
They usually are.
She is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Kay got to know the candidates. She informs her precinct what she got to know. Now, convention's over. Kay is not stopped. She is doing the work now. She's informing her neighbors. She's informing the public. She's helping the campaigns. She's probably donated, at least offered her home for people to meet these people. She is the epitome of what I'm talking about. She's made her choice, and then now we've been given. So she very well probably, maybe she didn't vote for Lyman. But as a delegate, once the 60% is there and Lyman is chosen, now she goes all in on that nominee. And because now it's about getting the nominee elected and proving the governor wrong. And Kay is the living embodiment of exactly how a delegate should handle.
So O'Malley May, now's the time where you get out amongst your friends and neighbors and chat with them and bring information and listen to what they have to say. But now is almost more important. Now you go out and educate it, because this could be that flip around situation.
You're going to get so many more people to really listen.
Get out there
when you're kind and informative.
Get out there and help them out. And grab pamphlets and just go chat with them. Yes, she says, I really like Lyman. He took the time to meet with people in person, and he's a genuine human being and listened to everything I wanted to say, genuinely listened. I like Lyman a lot. He is a very good conversation, and I haven't had the opportunity to have a conversation with Cox. That's all I need to say right now. We are hopefully going to have Cox on the show where we can hot seat him or just talk to him, whatever. Hopefully he comes on. We want to extend the offer to everyone.
Like we said, everyone. We're trying to get everyone.
I enjoyed chatting with everyone running for governor that I talked to. We're going to chat with the Democrat and the Libertarian, if there is one, and the Constitutional Party, and I believe there's even an independent, but I'm not sure. But we're going to chat with all of them, any of them that'll come on.
Oh, Mary Shumway, thank you for emphasizing how things should work. The delegate in our neighborhood did a lot of homework, was talking to as many neighbors prior to convention. She spent time with several neighbors over the past week. Thank you, Mary. That's absolutely so important. And many of us delegates, we think that, okay, I've served my time. That was 6 weeks of hell, but it was so worth it. I've done my service. And yet I'm saying now more than ever, we have to keep going and we need to get allies with us.
Mm-hmm.
And you have got to be kind, and you cannot be aggressive or emotionally based. You've got enough good qualities in Phil Lyman, fact-based. Phil Lyman is an easy person to like. He's very charismatic. He's got all the riz.
Well, it's not just charismatic, but he's a gentle individual to be around. He's like laid back and easy to talk to.
Down to earth.
And another thing, we've got to be careful about splitting. Okay, why do I say we? You know what? The Republicans right now need to be careful about splitting the party along ideological lines. Right now, the Democrats are doing that. Don't join their party.
Right. We need to.
Right now, the Republicans, if they don't screw up, stand the chance to sweep, because the Democrats are tearing themselves apart over the Middle East, tearing themselves apart over the gendery issues, tearing themselves apart over the economy, and most importantly, they are tearing themselves apart over the southern border. If the Republicans join in on that party, we will end up with essentially 4 or 5 different political parties, all under 2 names, and no one will be able to have a clear and present picture on how to recover. But right now, if the Republicans
we are infighting them.
If they just be cool, they'll sweep. And then
County guys had a lot of support for Governor Cox.
Yeah.
Now, when that's the truth, and when you've got a county that's all in and they're quiet about it, they're not going and telling everyone, hey, I voted for Cox, because they don't want the backlash. And they shouldn't get backlash. We're all the same team. But what I'm hoping is that we get Governor Cox to come out and people hear from him, and we get lots of opportunities to let them hear from Phil Lyman, because then we're not drawn to our corners and ready to go to war with each other. Let's educate the reasons why we chose Lyman at convention. Let's show our neighbors the why, and not be bullies and not be jerks. Because if we are, it just drives more people to their corner, and that's how Cox will win. And we really want to make sure that we're kind and we educate people into what we know as delegates, and not force it on them. Just share little tidbits of what you know. Share our video of our interview with Lyman. It was great. He's very well informed.
Yes.
He's a nice guy.
Let me put it in the case like this. Pickleball. It's the new craze sweeping the nation. If someone came up to you and says, man, I love playing this pickleball. It's so much fun. If you ever want to try, I've got a racket. I'll be down there every Thursday night. If you want to, swing by and try. That's the getting him with honey. Or if he shows up and smacks you on the head with the pickleball racket and yells at you and tells you you're wrong for not playing it, that person may never try.
Never.
So you want to bring the honey.
Just be respectful.
And I get it. Look, my principles are the radical principles. I'm a radical person. I want no war. I want no taxes. I want to not have a government who's constantly thinking that they should be involved in my life. I don't even want the government.
That's so radical.
I don't even want the government to restrict my enemies. I'm that radical, right? I want the government to cloister themselves off into these little bubbles where they leave everybody alone and let everybody live their lives. I'm a crazy person. I get that. But I also understand that because I stand alone, I will never have a political movement. For those of you who want a political movement, you've got to involve more people, because it's enough. Politics and war. They're numbers games. That's
Okay.
all they are.
Camille said, I appreciate, and we all know Camille Knutson. Hi,
Mhm.
Camille. I totally
Another great
adore
conversation.
you. I appreciate the delegates that truly understand their role in educating their precinct and voting on what the precinct wants. But there are a few delegates that don't do that and only wanted the ability to vote for certain candidates. And you're not wrong. And Camille, what you're addressing is the fact that they're not doing it right. When a delegate goes in headstrong and then fights every second of the way and doesn't contact their own precinct or get their info, that delegate is what's wrong with the system. And we need to be on our best behavior, and we need to be open and honest, because my precinct may surprise me because I know this is the right person, and yet they're saying, no, we like this. If I don't bring all the information to them and show them why I chose this person or what I have with this person versus this person, you're not doing it for the right reasons. And yes, you want change and you want that, but then you're ignoring what your precinct wanted. That's where convention gets got. And sometimes that's what the radical accusation comes from, is that anyone but Spencer Cox and people ran on that. And some precincts were like, hey, we want you to vote for the governor again. And they ran on that. And so it can be got if you don't just do the work and do it openly and honestly and factually. At the end of the day, no one can tell you how to vote. No one knows your vote. But you know, and you hope your precinct is giving you the right information.
So far, over the last couple of years, everyone knows my vote.
Yeah, you're like, you're voting. You're voting this year. We're going to make a day out of it. We're going to go to the polls.
Go get a mani-pedi.
No, we'll go to the polls, and then we'll go to get some.
We'll get some
Because it's
kombucha.
ladies' night, and we will just shoot all night. But I need you to vote. This is such a huge race.
This is a tough one. She says, Holly, not everyone wants to be involved. Caucus before last, I was the only person to show up. Man, in off years,
yeah,
it's got to be
non-presidential years.
tough. Non-president, because everyone's worried about the big race.
Mm-hmm.
And it's in those off years where they take the biggest bites out of you.
But that's also the presidential race is followed also with our governor race. And so they're always the same.
It's crazy.
It's the big seats.
Yes, but like the presidential race, you'll notice everyone shows up. Heck, people watch this podcast more on presidential years. Everyone cares more that year. Politics matter because of one person, the Godhead.
Right. But again, the governor's race is always that same thing
Yeah.
too. And those are the leaders, we're talking about leaders of the nation, leaders of the state. And so more people are engaged during those years.
Mhm.
And, delegates also have to stick around for the following year, because that's when the state leadership gets voted in. And that's when a lot of different resolutions and a lot of governing issues for the party happen. And that's in the off years. That work is so important. It's very important. But people like Kay, back to Pratt, Mrs. Pratt, her and her husband, highly engaged. They work very hard when they've chosen a candidate, and they talk to their neighbors. They do the work. They get the signs out and reach out to me or Kay if you want to sign here in Twilla County. And more signs are coming, but we will try to have a few positions in place, like, my house, and then one in Twilla, one in Grantsville, where you can go and get signs if you like. But signs are important. And if signs, candidates that win the nomination, sometimes they don't have the funding that an incumbent has. Every time they don't.
Yeah.
Money matters, folks. So throwing in $5, putting their sign out so your neighbors can see who you support.
I'll be right back.
all very important ways of helping. And, you know, I'm trying very hard to get some meetings set up with my team that we can get some town halls done, and working with other counties in our district to have important meetings. But people's eyes glaze over when you talk about politics because they're done with it. The last thing they want is aggression on politics. They're so over it. And I think the right approach can get them back into it and feel like that their vote will matter, and the importance of it, and the why you chose this person. I think that can go a really long way. So I'm hoping that nobody gets discouraged. We have a lot to do before June 25th, and stay engaged and stay kind. And that's what's going to get the message out. Absolutely. And some only want to show up to caucus, and that's it. That is what the average voter does. The average voter is going to vote for the incumbent. The average voter is going to vote based on whatever letter is next to the name on the ballot, an R or a D. And the average voter doesn't watch Fox News or CNN. They're just living their lives and don't care about politics. And right or wrong, that's just how it is. So maybe Tooele is different, but here in Midvale, only 2,200 people out of the population of 36K voted in the city council race. I respect boundaries. I will only talk to people who want to talk with me. That's great. And that's not unheard of. We went all mail-in here in Tooele County, and I was stunned at our voter turnout. I expected it to be so much higher. And this was years ago that we went back, because it was as simple as making your vote, putting on a stamp, and putting it in your mailbox. It was that simple, and people didn't do it. So there's a double-edged sword there, because sometimes if those people don't want to be vested into the political climate of our state, of our country, maybe it's better that they don't vote. But I think everybody should vote. I think it's everybody's duty to have skin in the game, and everybody needs to at least inform themselves, educate themselves, because I think that is the problem with our country. Is too many people have become complacent and just bowed out altogether when it came to politics, and yet they're suffering. Their families are suffering. The economy is killing them. Gas prices are killing them. They're scared for their kids, and fentanyl and crime. And yet, if you ask them, did you vote? No.
Yeah.
I mean, even if we're just talk local, it's just local.
If only I knew someone like that.
Local races are so hugely impactful on your life. And nothing's more difficult than hearing someone complain about a government knowing they will not go and vote. Someone who fought for the right of everyone in this nation to have an opportunity to use their voice at the ballot box. Someone like that.
Why do I feel
so frustrating?
I feel picked on right now.
Well, you know.
Well, O'Malley says people are overwhelmed right now. Can't say I blame them right now. A lot of people are just trying to survive to the next paycheck. That is true. You know, it's not just the next paycheck, but here's one thing I want to make a call out to all our legislatures is, what does it feel like when you write laws that that the average person just living their life wakes up that morning and doesn't even know they're breaking? It's crazy time. It's insane.
It is insane.
A family member of mine.
Eliminate laws, I think. Every new law, you should have to eliminate all laws.
There's a new law right now that I'm trying to pick through as a small business owner, that I'm supposed to go and register federally now as a small business owner, a minuscule one-person business owner. It's just me. Now, they've written this law so that if you have over X amount of employees, of course, it doesn't apply to you because our government now is for big business. But I am a minuscule business owner, like one dude. And this law is written federally. And that is something I would like my legislature federally to take on and say, why are we doing this? Just to get down on the floor and say, someone break this down for me. Why does it feel like as a federal government, we're trying to push people into where their only avenues, not for prosperity, just to survive, is to go and work for a mega corporation? Because if they do anything other than that, if they try to make their own mark on the world,
We're going to step of the way.
We're going to write laws that if they don't come and do hours of paperwork with us, let alone the taxes where we make them grovel once a year before us, that we're going to make them criminals. Someone break that down for me.
Do you know why? Because the biggest corporation in this country is the federal government. And a lot of people aren't suffering so badly because their employer is the federal government. So they're like, oh, I'm fine. I don't know what you're talking about. But you talk to small business owners, you talk to people who have jobs that are not part of the government and who are paycheck to paycheck. They're hurting constantly. When the government gets to be the number one employer in the nation, you've got a very, very big problem.
That's what you've gone upside down. Camille says, I've heard that most people feel like their voice or vote doesn't matter, so why get involved? I try to help them understand that their vote is their voice, and no vote means nothing will change. All right. Let me give my opinion right now, folks.
She's not wrong, though.
She's not wrong, but
Bravo.
let me give my opinion. When I vote for someone on what they have told me, and then they do the opposite when they show up there, my vote to me feels like it has then become an endorsement of them doing the opposite of what they promised they would do. I have quit voting because too many, let me be honest. Every time, and I'm not trying to disparage any one person or even disparage them directly, but every time they have gone against their promise. I'm a simple man with simple desires. I want a government that doesn't abuse its populace. And the reason that our government,
on one hand,
yes, and I know which one I'll get.
That's why you keep voting.
I'll have a poopy hand.
The process is to eliminate them if they don't do what they're supposed to do. So giving up just makes them, empowers them.
The problem is the rest of the United States doesn't want that. The rest of the United States wants a government that's going to give them something. I am a negative rights person. It's class time. We need to have like a little bell. Do you know what the difference between negative and positive rights are?
Yeah. Negative rights means there's no restriction on everyone's rights.
Nope. Negative rights means that right does not have to be attained by anybody else.
What do you mean?
Negative rights means it's a right that I can achieve by myself and I do not have to take anything from you to achieve.
What do you mean? I'm talking about the Constitution that gives rights, inalienable rights given by God, not your government.
Negative rights. This is a philosophical idea.
Oh,
negative
TED Talk.
I know. That's why I say we need a class bell. Negative rights are any rights that I can obtain without having to take from anyone else. Positive rights are those rights that I need to obtain from someone else. The right to health care is a positive right because I have to get that from a doctor. But a negative right are the Bill of Rights. The right to self-defense is a right that I obtained for myself, but no one else has to give up anything for me to obtain that.
You just said what I said, the constitutional rights that are given by God, not by government.
But the theory is broader. It's broader than just it's rights that was laid out by John Locke.
Yeah, but in this little story time, O'Malley says, I had to swallow that hard pill and get registered as a Republican again to actually have a say. When you speak directly to them, they know there are 1,000 people just like you. It matters.
And then
that's the whole point. You've got to keep voting.
And then they'll turn around and vote against
so
what
we
they
should
promised.
just give up. Our vote doesn't matter. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's just my personal feeling inside me. That's what I feel.
So that's what I'm saying too, is if you feel that way, get out there and continue to ask for change with your vote, because doing nothing only empowers what they're doing.
So I'll ask for change with my vote, but the rest of the populace wants the government to build a wall for them. When the answer is shut off amenities to people who break the law to get in this country. The answer is not building a wall.
I think the answer is a lot of things. It's more than just a wall, no wall, amenities, no amenities. Some businesses need these people. There should be a system in place.
Sure.
For people
And
to
I
come
want
across.
those people to come here.
A wall is a barrier that keeps those people that are trying to stay under wraps from coming. A wall helps. A wall also, establishes our border, which we obviously haven't been pushing. At the same time, you have to not to give them ability to vote in any election. California, New York, no voting rights, no amenities, no school, things like that, no anchor babies.
Bingo.
And so it's a whole collection.
And that is the
things.
hard thing you have to do, because giving them school is a positive right.
Absolutely.
And so you give them school. That alone, if I lived in Guadalajara, that alone would draw me to bring my children over here.
That would draw you to have your children over here, because they automatically get citizenship.
They would get that
education. I'm talking about when people come over here pregnant just to have an American baby.
In a heartbeat.
Because it gives them automatic citizenship. And that should not happen. That's another big reason people come over.
It's huge.
And we have to, but it's not just an easy, hey, stop giving them amenities. The wall is important. There has to be a line they don't cross. And when they cross it, they are breaking the law, and they can go to our jails or they can go home. That should be it. Or go around the courts and ask for whatever you're asking for, or get in line. But we also need to fix the immigration system from the very beginning.
I agree.
I think it's as simple as a fingerprint, a background check, or at least a sponsor.
We need to make it,
and
we need to make it a lot simpler. We need to make it a lot cheaper, and we need to make it so that if a company wants to hire an immigrant, that company manages that immigrant. A sponsorship system would be a much added boon.
Pays for their medical care.
Yeah.
Pays for their child to be in school.
Pays to get them here.
And if that absolute, and then pays them a fair wage as well.
So
these people aren't broke and starving in this country and in even need of these.
Well, then they won't come over. Problem solved. They have to pay them a good wage so that they'll even come over. It's a sponsorship thing. And who's to define what a good wage is? If someone down in Mexico is living on $1 a day and a company says, you come on up here, we'll provide you housing and we'll pay you $1.25 a day, and that person decides that's a good wage, that's who should make the decision on what a good wage is. The person accepting the wage, not somebody sitting in Washington, D.C. or sitting in Salt Lake City or Denver or wherever. That decision should be made by the person accepting it.
They should kill minimum wage.
And if that's enough
for that reason,
100%. But anyways, we beat this horse to death.
Do we have comments on X?
Let me grind over and see if there's anything new.
Okay.
Yeah, we've cleared those out.
No, David said the population is not
population
as a delegation
is just not informed. Yep. Yes. And that's a big thing. And I'm not trying to disparage Celeste. Personally, Celeste is one of my favorite human beings on earth. I'm still brokenhearted. It's a rough thing. You're going to have to, it's like if we went bowling and she bowled for the other team.
Okay.
She didn't betray me, but
says-
she broke my heart.
We will need Jared to register as a Republican. It could be the tiebreaker vote.
Yeah, we read that one earlier. Yeah.
And it's true. It's true. If you register and you have actively
I
gotten
just
to know
need the Republicans
candidates,
to believe in liberty and negative rights.
they're
and
only
I'll
going to
sign
listen
up.
if you put your voice out. Camille is right. Your vote is your voice, and how you vote is how they understand what you want.
And that is another good point. That's a big argument that came out of the split. There was a split in the hardcore Libertarian Party prior to even the Mises caucus. It started happening in about 2017, and a handful of people peeled off, and they are now running and operating as Republicans because they feel the Republican Party is the one they can change because the Democrat Party controls all the power. So they're running as Republicans and fighting for that way. And it's happening in New Hampshire and Arizona and Georgia and Florida.
And I'm so happy about that. I think that we should have more than a two-party system, but I'm a realist and know that that's just not going to happen.
Yeah,
and so I mean, I told you I'd be a libertarian.
The party system is how this is going to be rough to say, rough for you guys to hear. The party system is how moneyed elements in the United States gain control over the voting electorate. And it's how they maintain it.
That's not hard to hear. Maybe just 5 years ago, but.
Well, no, that's how it kicked off, 220 years ago.
I mean, people heard that difficulty 5 years ago.
Yeah.
Now they get it.
I mean, just take a jump down U.S. history.
Signature gathering can be done by campaigns who can afford it because they don't have enough volunteers to go out on boots on the ground to get these signatures. And it's created this whole industry, a signature gathering industry. And so, I mean, that's
what am I doing
stressful
operating a shovel and a hammer when all I got to do is start one of those companies and I can just go gather signatures.
And you don't walk door to door. You go based on a list of Republican voters because to get the signature, you must be a registered Republican and you cannot duplicate. So if 5 different candidates have come to your house and you signed every one, it erases your signature off of their stuff.
Use AI to correlate packets according to address and whatever else, and then just hire people underneath me to go out. And
there's laws. Your packets must be witnessed by every person that's issued one. And even if you get 1,000 extra signatures,
and I just hire a battalion of college freshmen.
Already. You get 1,000 signatures over what you're expected to, and then when it gets to the lieutenant governor's office and they have to check every signature, you could lose 1,000 signatures because of duplicates or anything like that.
That's why you get AI to put the packets together, to put not the packets, to put the marching orders together for the people that the freshmen and sophomores in college I hire to go and gather the signatures. And I would go above and beyond that. I would give every one of them, I give every one of them a GoPro, and them and the GoPro witnesses every signature. Set your ID down, sign it, the GoPro seeing it, they're signing off, the GoPro has a record.
That's a great idea. I love it. But now Mary says, I attended the state convention when Governor Herbert had Jonathan Johnson as an opponent, and Herbert was booed. I was there too, Mary. I think having people with varying views can be healthy, but I'm troubled by booing, as am I. Let's look at the different opinions. We don't need to embrace all the opinions, but we can listen and be civil. Our vote is the message. Yes, our vote is the message. Booing, regardless of who it's directed towards, is something I do not like and I do not support. Booing does not align with my values, and when I've seen this behavior, I question if I'm in the right political party. My husband was in Utah State House of Representatives for many years, and I'm proud to be a Republican, but I'm disappointed by booing and delegates standing, turning their backs on the candidate. I'm really turned off by this. Any idea why this happens? Ideas of how to change this behavior in our party's annual meeting. So, Mary, what I was saying early on is that I had asked our delegates not to boo because I think if you don't agree with someone, silence is deafening, and to be silent but be respectful. And one of the main problems with booing is, 1, it makes us look ridiculous. 2, It puts us on the nightly news and it victimizes our governor or whoever. It makes him look like a victim. And 3, people have empathy for someone who's being booed, and they will give them their vote.
Ooh, that's that's a tough one.
They will. And they will say, this is ridiculous behavior. We aren't in high school. Grow up, show respect. This person has represented the state. Like Governor Cox, for example, he's been a governor for 4 years. He brought constitutional carry. He got rid of DEI. He did the tax cut. Now, yes, there's all these things that you can disagree with him on, but we're supposed to all be on the same team. And booing, as some people believe that it's their freedom, no one's saying you can't do it, but I'm saying that's the impression you give when you do. Yes, you're angry, then be silent. Booing only makes headlines for KSL to make a joke out of our convention. And then if the governor does win by a huge 80% margin, then we're a bigger joke.
And they all point the finger at us rural areas and say, it's those guys.
It wasn't ours.
Those bad guys out in the country, out in the sticks. They're not as educated as us. They're not carrying on with our...
And I was saying this early in the show, so if you weren't here to watch it, what I witnessed with Tooele County was that I saw a little, maybe half or a little over half of the people sit quietly, say nothing. And then I saw the other half cheering for the governor, which tells me that if we alienate those people cheering and not just try to bring them the reason why so many delegates chose Phil Lyman, the governor will be right and convention will look like it's not needed, that it doesn't speak for the general population. Booing enhances that. And I'm proud of our delegates because I know so many are irritated with the governor and they didn't vote for him, but I know a lot did. So by taking that stand and making a scene at your county, someone like the governor he's not even gonna believe you because you get polls like this. And when we see the polls, he could win handedly, and it makes us look ridiculous. And that's all they talked about on the news.
And he'll sign
night.
anything that comes across to kneecap the delegates after that.
And will he work with our county? If our county's got all the disrespectful people, I mean, why would we want to draw that attention to ourselves? Why? It shows us that we're not able to be worked with, that we are acting rude and enraged, and yet we're getting nothing across other than giving him the soundbite on the nightly news, and now he's a victim. And those people.
There is also another point, though. On the other side, our envisioned heroes threw tea over the side of a boat, tarred and feathered governor sent over from a king across the pond. And I'm sure booing was the gentlest thing they did. So
yeah, it was a totally different time, though. People actually got mad enough over attacks to incite a revolution. Nowadays, very few people even get off their couch to take their voting ballot to the mailbox.
But how would it be?
And Camille says, I'm not wealthy, and a candidate, and the majority of my signatures were obtained by volunteers in our community. And I know that's true. And this is something too, I hate to discount those people who you went to and asked for their trust and their signature, and they believed in you and they gave you that. And those people, their vote matters too, folks. And she's not paying to gather them. These are volunteers who believe in her that go out. In the other side of that, you had to gather far less signatures than a governor or a senator does. But the point is absolutely relevant, because I've seen both sides, and signature gatherers, when you are the one out there or your volunteers out there getting signatures for you, and it's really grassroots work and they're working on your behalf, why would we discount the people who support Camille enough to give their vote to her through a signature and their support and say, yes, you have my support? That person, their vote matters too. So it is a very, very difficult balance. Do we say no more signatures? Well, when you get a certain group of people that act a fool at convention, and it turns out that our primary happens and the governor was right, well, great. Now everyone's going to badmouth convention, and they're going to think that it's not working and everything he said is true. But if we act with dignity and we treat people with dignity and respect, and we vote with our voice and we, not by booing, but and our feet, like I mentioned Kay is doing, she's doing the work long after her time as delegate is served. And her husband have always been highly engaged in politics, but they put their money where their mouth is. They do the work long after convention because they believe in the candidate and they want good candidates to win. And if all of us delegates acted that way, I think people would look at convention far different and we get a lot more respect. But right now the press doesn't respect us. A lot of our own candidates don't respect the delegates because they've seen time and time again that delegates were wrong. And that is a hard pill to swallow, but that absolutely was what Governor Cox said because he's seen it happen time and time again. And I want to prove him wrong. And I want to prove him wrong by letting all those people get to know why we chose Phil, why he is the next choice for governor and the best choice for governor. You can't do that if you turn half of your county off by your behavior at convention, because people will go to their corners and they will plant their flag, and there's nothing that will change their mind if it's bad behavior is all they saw. And our county was thoughtful of that. Our county is split. Back in the day with Romney, I saw it then too. And people were booing and the other half were sitting quietly. And I went, this is not working. This is not working. And then he gets every news channel is talking about Mitt Romney. Mitt Romney is booed. And people are empathetic to that, especially Utahns.
That's a good point.
So why give him that soundbite? Why? Why bring that light? What if everyone was silent? It'd still be the same story. But the governor's not a victim of it. That, to me, speaks more volume than a boo ever will.
It's that's a good point. I don't know. I'm not going to argue either way. I think there's a point to be made on both sides, and time will tell. I don't know.
So the only person who acted a fool was Cox and that sheriff. Next, you're going to say it's rude for other candidates to badmouth Cox in their speeches. Absolutely not. Candidates can say anything they want. They're free to say anything they want. They're not free of the consequences. Some people are turned off when you make a muddy campaign at all. If you're a good candidate, you don't have to badmouth anyone else. You stand on your values, your principles, your plan, your solutions. I don't really care what candidates say in their speeches, but it's the candidate. All eyes on that candidate. And I think Mary would be the first to say, like, I will judge that person the way I judge any person who's muddying a campaign by talking crap about the governor. I don't think it's necessary. I understand why people do it. It's free speech. Do it. You're just not free of the consequences of your speech. So I'm just saying that if you want people to really believe the delegates and understand the hard work and the respect it takes and the time, behaving yourself, killing with kindness and silence over applause or booing is far more deafening, I think. And I think it just takes away their power to be victims. And right now, Governor Cox is a victim to a lot of people in our state. And trust me, I hear about it from my county, see it from other counties. I get phone calls, people I speak with. They're going all in for Cox.
Do you like Brazilian steakhouses?
Not so much. I mean,
I don't even know you.
I don't like a lot of meat, though.
Oh,
I like steak. I like a filet.
We will have no blaspheming in
And
this
I love it
house
a
of the
certain
meat
way.
lord.
So those Brazilian steakhouses that it gets well done or something, I don't like. I love a medium rare.
I like
bleeding a
that
little.
it is a train of people bringing meat to me, and you've got a stick. And on one side
You
of the
don't have a
stick,
stick. They have the stick.
No, you have a stick on the table. On one side it's red and one side it's green. Maybe just have the red stick and they show up and I'm not happy with them. So I'll have the
I love
red side
Korean
up.
barbecue where I
Korean
can stuff all
barbecue is
my
good
meat
too.
in that bowl. And let's just finish this.
Yeah, we got to move on
She says
because
when a candidate is booed, that actually draws attention and makes other Republicans wonder why, and makes them look into
And it
them
may
more
do.
and discover the why. Very well could be,
it may
but
do.
it's not my experience as a party chair.
I think
who talks to a lot of voters.
it's
not been my experience.
this will be solved.
We will see.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I don't know. I'm hoping we get Cox on the show. I'd like to ask him the questions. And if he does come on, we're going to let you guys know ahead of time.
Absolutely.
So that you can, of course, show up and ask him questions. I will, as always, be the cordial host with the most.
We will always be cordial to all our guests.
Yep.
And I don't care if it's Cox or if it's a Democrat or an independent. We're not here to put people on blast. We're just asking them
I
who
don't
they
know.
are,
If a communist
what they
showed
represent.
up, there might be a little. No, I've had actual communists on the show. They're just people that
It's about getting information.
they're just people that don't know what's going on. Anyways, but we gotta have you seen this story coming out of Politico? Let me do some.
Yes, I have seen this.
Let me do some. That tried doing a thing.
And they're calling, I love how everything's called the far right or the extreme right. And these people just want you to procreate.
They have to.
You have to, or we're going to die
they
as a
have to
society
call
or
it
a
that.
government. The government collapses if you don't procreate people.
Well, it is society, civilization collapses. So Political, the big idea one or whatever they call it, they're saying the far right's campaign to explode the population.
I'm going to step out for a second.
Yes. What's going on?
Nothing.
Oh, you're pointing. Feel free to talk if you
Do
need
you
to.
need to step out? Okay, I'm going
Yeah.
to step out as well.
Yes. Go ahead. I'm going to dig through this. The threat we were told here this weekend is existential, biological, epoch-defining. Economies will fall, civilizations will fall, and it will all happen because people aren't having enough babies. I only got the chance to peruse through this just a little bit, but I wonder if this person ever stopped to think, do I want Social Security? Because that's the big thing. The just for that. Who wrote this? What's their name? Gabby Del Valle. Gabby, do you want Social Security? Or hopefully Gabby's younger than I am, because Gabby, do you want to pay a lot for Social Security? Because it's going to have to happen. We've got to replace ourselves, or someone's going to bear that burden.
Well, what Social
Or-
Security should be the question, because it won't be there.
Or-
2035?
Yeah, they'll start mugging us to keep it going. That I promise you, no politician's bold enough to let that die. They'll just start robbing it from everywhere else. Or I just wonder what it's going to look like when two people have only replaced themselves with one, and our demographics go upside down pyramid, and all of a sudden one person is working to support two people or three people, because that's a real thing that really happens. I just think it's entertaining. The left has turned to where this is their new point of argument. But yeah, I say go read it. There's been the push. She's got the picture of the guy is looking over his shoulder at a family with the mom and dad and 2.5 kids. Right, that looks like 2.5 there in the picture. And the
Looks like
woman,
3 kids to me.
yeah, but that kid's short, so it's half a kid. And
But
and
it's the far right.
the far right, and the woman's looking over her shoulder at the business of career, staring at graphs and everything else. And maybe that could work if we move into a situation. But honestly, I think they'll just go Cuomo, Whitmer, Wolf on us. And
If we If we had a way to get us out of the Social Security system, where we'd have a start date, we have a way to pay back anybody that's already vested in it that will never see it again. If we have a way to take care of those who did it exactly what they're supposed to do, even though they're no way living on what Social Security pays, not in this day and age. If we had a way, I'd say get rid of it because it's not going to be there. So we should start planning, give these people back their money, let people invest.
Did you just say the government gives people back their money?
That they'd have to, you would have to change everything. Those of us that are invested in it now, that'll probably never see it. And if we do see it, it'll never support us.
No.
You've got to have a way to let young people starting the workforce now, you take that money and maybe people can't be trusted through own funds, but you privatize it where there's an investment they make that actually accumulates interest and nobody touches it ever. And when you're 61 to 65, you can call it out. Most people would retire millionaires with a compounding interest savings account or investment account or whatever. Not investment, because I hate all your savings to be considered based on the government and the stock market, which we've seen fail. So if there was a way and you eliminated Social Security, but you still gave people the opportunity to save for retirement in a way that will be beneficial to them. I mean, can you imagine your money?
A big thing is I myself have only replaced myself. I only had one child. So I am a part of the problem in the actual problem, but I'm leaning on my brothers and sisters because they've all picked up the slack for me. But yeah, it's, I don't know. It's going to be an entertaining future as we cruise down the world of all this funness. David Weiss says, mean tweeters. I wonder if he's talking about Celeste. And let's see what's going on the Facebook. Yeah, no more conversation on that. I just thought that was entertaining that Politico is now coming out against the people who choose to have children. And a couple of, I want to wait until Holly gets back from her out there trip.
Sorry, little fire. I need to put out a little fire.
Uh-oh.
Yes, I know.
Hopefully it's good. And I want Holly to be here for this one. Maybe I could warm it up.
Oh yeah, that one. You know how I feel about that one.
Yeah.
It's a no for me.
So it's been written up different, but this new bill that's working its way through the Senate, I believe, or to ban anti-Semitic speech. And it's written up in the New York Times that the far right, of course, don't like it because they want to be able to do it. Thomas Massey, he doesn't like it. He's the sole vote. Maybe it's the Congress. He's the sole vote in there that voted no on it. And I'm almost always with Massey. And I agree with him that it's DEI all over again, where you can't criticize anything. Now, granted, yes, anti-Semitism is gross and it's stupid. It's stupid for anyone to hate anybody because of their religion or genealogy or melanin or any of that stuff. It's just stupid. But I think to write a law where we're going to select a group and make them protected and select another group and make them protected, to where eventually you have different groups that are enclaves of, they get to live a sheltered life, which I don't think helps them at all. But it also foments negative it foments resentment in the groups that are left out of the protected class. I think that's a scary notion as well. And I'm afraid we're going to be headed down that route. Everyone's on board with restricting dialogue. Again, I think it's a reaction to these ridiculous protests that are the nouveau riche thing to do on college campuses. You know, mommy and daddy are paying my way through college, or the regular people are, and I've been indoctrinated for, 14 years, 15 years of my life to just view everything in a status of underclass and upper class, and I've got to stand up for the class. So now to fight against that, they are going to write a law that protects certain groups when they should come down and say, all right, you're disrupting the business of the college, and that's how we're going to treat what you're doing. Or you're disrupting traffic. That's how we're going to treat what you're doing. And write a law as for if there is a crime committed, but don't invent a new penal code so that you can defeat something that should be defeated at its core. Because what's going to happen if 10 years from now, the Semitic population comes out and wants to protest because another minority group has something going on? If China invades Taiwan, what if they come out and protest that? Are we then going to write another law and then what? We're going to have to wade through another ton of legal code just to move about our day? No. These college students should be dealt with academically at the colleges.
Criminally. If they're breaking laws.
If they're breaking laws,
taking people hostage.
But just academically at the colleges, if they want to allow those students to set up encampments and do all that, as if they're not breaking any criminal laws, let them do it. And then let the college eat the repercussions of, now all they get at their colleges, which may be good for the colleges, all they get are people who want to do gender studies majors. So the colleges get to take all that money still, and Starbucks gets baristas as galore. All the baristas they can handle. Starbucks will have a whole bunch of minimum wage baristas with doctorates in whatever, and they can all go in there and dye their hair a different color. And
you okay?
Yeah, I'm fantastic.
Who hurt you? What barista hurt you?
I love baristas.
So, guys, this is a red herring. This is a death by 1,000 cuts. This is a free speech bill. Mm-hmm. And you're voting to end free speech.
Yep.
This is insane. And why would our party agree to this? This is no different than FISA.
And we're going to reach out to Celeste and ask her to explain it.
Fourth Amendment. Hate speech is only hate speech if you don't want to hear it. Well, that's what freedom of speech is all about. You don't need freedom if you like what you hear. Freedom is most important when you say something people don't want to hear. That's when it has its value. So you do not. I support Israel's right to exist.
Yep.
1,000,000%. I don't like hearing anti-Semitic stuff. I don't like to hear anti-Palestine stuff. I don't mind the Hamas stuff. But I absolutely think this bill is going to hurt and be used against us. Why would we ever put a bill that's going to be used against us? You're handing them your First Amendment rights.
It'd be the first time we'd ever done that, wouldn't it?
Sadly, no. But again,
remember, they made alcohol illegal. They constitutionally made alcohol illegal. And a decade later, they constitutionally made it legal again because they said, That was dumb. Oh, another thing.
Yeah, but our government doesn't seem to do that
Did you
anymore.
know
They
that-
don't learn from the mistakes now.
Did
They're
you
too
know
powerful.
that the federal government just made marijuana Schedule 2 or Schedule 4?
It's about time.
I know, it's way about time. It had been Schedule 1 forever just to support a news magnate that has long been dead. And
When you have all these states who are legalizing it with the federal government making it illegal, what the hell?
Why
we
is-
can't even get our poop in a group?
why would the federal government ever want to legislate what people put in their body? Leave that up to the states.
Look at opioids.
Leave it up
Some
to the
people-
states.
Live or die without them.
Let the states make the mistake on 51 different little petri dishes. Don't make one big mistake.
We should just invade Mexico and make it part of America. That would end all this border stuff.
Then we'd have to build a wall.
No, you don't have to build a wall.
Mexico's already got that wall.
But you take over Mexico.
It's a much shorter wall.
And then we take over Canada, and we're just one big, it's not north and south, it's just America. And then all of their people are paying into the same system. All their people are following the same laws. And boom, we don't have this problem anymore. Random Thoughts by Holly.
Do we still have to have that Castro guy up in Canada? Does he get to stay there?
No. One president, one nation,
No,
legislative
but,
body,
well,
judicial.
he's more like a Speaker of the House type position. But,
Either way, no, they don't exist anymore. They're
but
Americans now.
no. Can we
And
send
I love
him?
Canadians. They're
Can
so
we
great.
send him home to his fatherland?
No, we have to put up with Joe Biden in America. We have to put up with Trudeau too. Did I misinterpret the name? Did I say it wrong?
And it's not Trudeau, it's
But
Castro.
think about it. If Mexico
Just because his dad was okay with his mom.
okay, if Mexico became
Uh-huh,
part of America,
uh-huh.
like officially and
Uh-huh.
all of that, we built the border wall, around Mexico, wherever.
It's a much shorter border wall.
But we have representatives from every state in Mexico added to the legislative body. One president elected by all the citizens. Now we're a huge country with a lot of people donating to the betterment of the country. We pulled them out of third world status. Hopefully, we are not too past it.
I am very concerned
And we
about.
all become Americans.
I'm very concerned about bringing in any state that's a son of the Iberian Peninsula.
See, nobody knows what that means. I mean, maybe one person, and it's probably Dave.
Because they have a track record of going radical socialist and then turning around the very next person going radical fascist.
But they
And then
can't
turning
do
around
that because they would be, let their states have that as their governors.
Okay.
But we have a president. And if they do that in their state, I mean, you just described California. Can't get more radical than that.
They like pull both of them out of the hat at the same time. We'll go social fascist.
Of course, you'd have to take Canada from the King of England.
Oh, yeah. You had to correct yourself on that one.
Yes.
God save the king.
God save everybody.
Yes.
But sorry, but that was like a random thought.
No, that was.
You want to put an end to all this crazy and the drug cartels and all of that, and the emptying their prisons and sending them over our border, which is happening.
I still like what Bukele did down in El Salvador. Man, he has cleaned that place up.
Did you see his last thing where he was in with his administration and he called in his attorney general and said, everybody goes under investigation.
Everybody gets investigated.
I don't want my administration to have anybody that
And
is
I
breaking
wonder-
laws or anything. I'm like,
I
does
wonder
he
if he
include himself?
did he initially investigate the attorney general?
Hope so.
That is wild. And his administration sitting there like,
Oh man. You can
dude,
hear a pin drop.
I am telling you, he doesn't sit on a chair. He sits on a giant wrinkly beanbag. That guy's
I'm gonna throw up.
insane.
Gross. Okay, so with this bill, who's put the bill out? Is it the House or the Senate?
I need to look into it more.
Where's the story you were referring to?
It's right here.
Because depending on who's saying it, because Democrats will love this bill. It's a
So will
bipartisan
Republicans.
push.
Yeah. So will the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act. Everybody voted for this thing.
This is insane. Remember, every bill you put out will be used against you. And anytime you vote for something that takes away your right that is given to you by God and not government, you get the ridiculous government that you have. You deserve it.
See, and there it says here, this is coming from the New York Times.
Okay, so it's coming out of the House.
Yeah, it's coming out of the House, and Mike Johnson is liking it because it drives a further wedge between the Democrats.
No, it takes our rights away.
Yeah, it's just.
What if I want to go to a college campus and I want to tell them that Donald Trump is the way and
all
that's
these
right,
short-term
I'm gonna be called hate
gains,
speech.
all these politicians and all their short-term gains. I look forward 20 years and we're going to be in a police state.
I mean, we're going to be.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. We're going to be in a police state realized. Yeah. Thomas
In 20
Massey.
years,
Look
we
at
could
that.
go. Did Thomas Massey, is he against it?
Yep.
Well, of course he is.
This is what I want to do. I want to tell Celeste, do you want me to love you and just follow Thomas Massey? Just copy him. Sit there in class like the jock sitting next to a nerdy kid and copy off his playbook. Because Thomas Massey is awesome. He stands alone so many times, all by himself. Why, Kentucky? What are you feeding your people?
Yeah.
Because
Rand
they've
Paul.
got Massey, they've got Rand Paul. Oh man, and Utah? What do we get?
Hey, I think there's nothing wrong with us contacting Celeste about this. When's the vote?
I'll have to. I really was not.
What did Matt Gaetz say?
Matt Gaetz.
Ridiculous hate speech bill. Yep. Okay.
Good.
So the Freedom Caucus seems like they're on board with squashing this bill. The problem is a bill like this is going to get passed because Democrats will agree with it. And the margin is so small. Freedom Caucus is just a tiny portion of it.
The
So
ADL,
we need more people against it.
the ADL, they bring their heavies in for the argument. They consider the assertion that Jews killed Jesus an anti-Semitic myth. What does that have to do with making up a ridiculous bill?
Okay, so I'm going to ask her.
Yep. Yeah. Death by 1,000 cuts.
They're actually taking bigger chunks instead of tiny cuts.
I know. Death by big old bites. This one I wanted to ask you though. This is a Utah question. This comes out of the communist news. The Deseret News. The question is, should Utah adopt a runoff system for crowded primaries? And you would be the person I know with the closest thoughts to this. What are your thoughts on it?
I'm writing Celeste a message.
Oh.
So 1 second. I see this.
Anyone else
being
out there
against. Will you ask the question again?
Yeah, as soon as you're done writing Celeste the thing. The question, but I'd like to know. Nobody's commenting now. They only comment when we have the good spicy talk. I just wonder what would be now that we're starting to get past all the talk
I'm
about
ready.
the racist and nasty state GOP convention last weekend, it's time to come face to face with an uncomfortable
Wow, they
political
called it
reality.
racist
Yeah,
and nasty.
or is that raucous? I don't know. Utah still has no way to ensure that a multi-candidate primary results in anyone coming near 50% plus one vote majority. And it's about to decide 3 major Republican races
Oh my
with
gosh.
the real chance that the winner emerges with a small plurality. Did
Not
she
even
just
30 seconds. I'm opposed to hate speech laws, so we're aligned there.
All right, Celeste.
My girl.
Yeah.
That didn't even take 30 seconds.
Yes. Tell her I said hi, and that's an awesome answer. Thank you. Okay. Should Utah adopt a runoff system for crowded primaries? What would you think of that? What are your thoughts on
Yeah.
it?
Well, I think that not Utah, but I think the Republican Party should.
Okay. How would you implement that?
Well, for convention purposes, I would separate if I have the venue opportunity because venues are expensive
Mhm.
and I don't believe in going into debt to have them. So I have my own ideas on that. But if you can, divide up the delegates to their own districts for their congressional races and have them do their voting. But the system we have now essentially has us constantly having to revote until we get either 60% or somebody wins big time. So they're talking
Would this
about
just
the
make-
primary. You only get one. That's the hard part, right? Because then you get a candidate like Cox, when he was voted in the primary, he won by like 36%. And the guy right behind him was just, I don't know how many votes apart they were, but they were both super close. But it was not a majority, not a 50+1.
Mhm.
So I think a lot of people would feel good if they at least knew whoever won 1/2+1 of the population in the vote, right? I'm not sure what that looks like. I think
Do you think Axum or the party heads have put thought to this? Like not thinking about how do we do it, but how would we do it?
oh, sure.
Okay.
They're always thinking about how we would do certain
So
things.
it might be something to
That's
look
the job
at in the
the
future.
SEC actually does. We are the governing body. So we're always looking at ways to improve convention and make it, a better voting experience and, the ability to count your vote, make sure it got counted, mail in versus, a paper ballot versus using a machine. All these things are discussed constantly at the SEC. And should Utah adopt a runoff system? What are they actually suggesting?
The Senate seat Mitt Romney is vacating has 4 candidates, and the 3rd District congressional seat John Curtis is vacating has 5. The race for state attorney general has 3 GOP candidates. Ever since state lawmakers allowed a 2-pronged route to the ballot, one through the traditional caucus and the other through signature gathering, crowded primaries have become a real possibility. Sounds like just do away with the signature gathering and problem solved. Cox became the Republican nominee for governor with only 36.4% of the vote.
Okay, see.
In a 4-way race, he went on to win the general election. Utah's 1st district congressman, Blake Moore, won his 4-way primary in 2020 with a little more than 30%.
I don't love these percentages out of a party. That's the thing that bothers me is that someone could win with only 30%. And I don't love that, but that happens when you get too many candidates on a ballot. Yes, if you got rid of the signature path, that would automatically happen. But if we fixed it at convention where we only take the top, well, even then if you did it, those signature paths already go no matter what.
Yeah.
So that's a tough one because what's the solution they can even offer that doesn't involve getting rid of SB 54? Because we're bound by SB 54 until legislators change the law. And I know our House, at the Utah House, is prepared to get rid of SB 54, but it would never pass the Senate. And everybody's suggestions or thoughts on that.
So is it that the
differing.
Senate likes it, or what is the?
It's like I said, when you get outcomes like you do at convention, and then it shows totally different in the general or in the primary, SB 54 makes sense. I hate it.
Yeah.
But you see what I'm saying? Like, how terrible that it doesn't jive with what the delegates say. The outcome is not the same, and it gets us back into that whole thing. I hate SB 54. Mostly, though, I hate the state telling our party, a private party, how to choose our candidates. That's something I hate.
Mm.
That, to me, the state needs to butt out. We as Republicans should choose our candidates however way we see fit. And that could be a dual path, but it should be our choice. We could say, hey, for races like this, this, and this, we'll allow you to gather signatures. But for races where you need 100,000 signatures, no, we're going to go convention only. So if that were the party's choice, if we chose a dual path or whatever, it's just the state has stepped in and decided for us. And I can't say they did it without any help. Count my vote. Many of you may have even signed that petition because it's brilliant marketing. Of course, I want my vote counted.
Yeah.
Count my vote. I'm going to sign it. I want my vote counted.
Wait a
but
second.
the realistic part of that was that initiative brought SB 54,
Well,
and it was on the ballot.
the Patriot Act is the tool that's used to subvert patriots.
It's always the opposite.
Yeah.
And after SB 54 passed, another group came out called Keep My Voice. And
They cut vocal cords.
they were caucus convention system only in getting rid of SB 54.
Oh.
And they worked so long, so long, and really worked hard to try to get the people who signed the Count My Vote initiative educated on what it really meant. And they had to go and remove signatures, letting people know, hey, if you
Really?
did sign this petition, you can take your name off of it. And they got a whole lot of people educated, and a lot of people took their name off it. But by then, too late.
Mm.
So it's great marketing. I'll tell you what, propaganda has been around as long as time. But some people are better at it than others. Some people are. And some of us are influenced by it. And it's the nature of the beast. It's understanding the human brain and that everybody's a human. So we know what gets to people. And a catchy catchphrase is going to sometimes get people to give up a right that they never, ever
Don't look at the screen.
would think about.
Don't look at the screen. Don't. Look at me.
Why?
What's the most dangerous job in the U.S.?
The most dangerous job in the U.S.?
Yes.
I thought it was crab boat fishermen.
It's Hillary Clinton person friend. Second most dangerous job is obviously Boeing whistleblower.
Oh, no.
Another one died. This one died of MRSA, though. MRSA is that antibiotic resistant infection.
Why are you shaking around?
Because I always wiggle. I got that restless foot syndrome.
Leg syndrome?
Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, no. But Boeing, man, they get a whistleblower and they start dropping off.
One was suicide, right? They found him in his truck,
Sure, yeah, shot twice in the back of the head with a shotgun. Yeah, suicide.
unalived.
Hmm. But anyways, yeah. Boeing is having some issues.
MRSA, usually don't you catch that in the hospital?
I have no clue.
MRSA is
Having
horrendous.
trouble breathing a little more than 2 weeks ago and was taken to the hospital where he developed pneumonia and MRSA, leading to his death.
Yeah, MRSA, a lot of times you get it in a hospital and antibiotics don't do anything.
Yeah.
That's horrible. It's probably something that you could isolate too. Wow.
Yeah.
Aren't you a good time?
I'm all out of everything that I had to chat about tonight, except I really wanted to dig into that James Lindsay, but I am not a person who's smart enough to really explore that outside of my own head.
What are you talking about?
The James Lindsay conversation where he's like, he's been pondering why all these super successful, super wealthy guys seem to be on board with all this DEI stuff, because he thinks the DEI stuff is to subdue the general populace. And I agree with him. And he's like, why are they all on board with it? And maybe it's because they see the future of, like right now, the internet we're delivered and the AI we're delivered is stifled to where it only serves the government, and beyond that, the left wing parties of the government.
And if you don't believe that, try to get AI to tell you about Donald Trump.
We'll just try.
It's insane.
Jordan Peterson wrote this or said this. He tried to get the AI to do a story or to write a positive poem about Donald Trump, and the AI said it couldn't do it. And he said, write a positive, it's worded the same, except change it to Joe Biden, and the AI did it. So then there's a workaround where you tell the AI to pretend it's a different AI that didn't have that restrictions to do it, and then it would do it. But it's interesting that we're being aligned with this, like when they had the AI do the pictures of historic figures, and the Nazis were black because AI was programmed to make everyone a black person, so it was black Nazi. It was hilarious.
Oh, because of the DEI part?
Yes. Everyone. So they did, like, Christopher Columbus was black, and the founding fathers were black, and so was Adolf. But anyways, so that's where.
So DEI in our state, in the last legislative session, they voted to end any DEI trainings. They voted to end DEI here, which is crazy. The candidates that want your vote, who are terrifying you with all this stuff with DEI and all this other stuff, they're terrifying you with it, but yet recently our legislators righted that ship and the governor signed it. So,
well, the legislatures that supported restricting DEI are the ones that we're looking at them being challenged. No one's challenging the Democrat ones coming out with that message, or they're doing it in an area where their voice is so small that you never hear it. Like a Republican challenging the Democrat out of Salt Lake, their voice is so small. And maybe that's who we need to get into support. Not that, it's a question. I would argue that restricting DEI in colleges is not a free speech issue because the college takes public money. Now, at BYU, that would be a free speech issue, but at the U or Utah State or what are we supposed to call it now? Utah Technical, not Dixie College.
Yeah.
Is that how they say now? Utah Technical?
Utah Tech.
Yeah. It's Utah Technical. We're not Dixie. That's racist college. That's how they say it. I'm trying to think of the acronym. It's
kind of like X, where everyone still remembers to say Twitter.
I think their mascot is a person who has bent over forward and inserted their face into their fourth point of contact.
Haircut, and it's blue.
But then again, their high school or whatever it is just down the road is still Dixie. But anyways,
still says Dixie on the rocks.
I kid. But
are we allowed to whistle Dixie anymore? Or be whistling Dixie? Or is that considered a hate crime?
That's only if someone pulls a 6-shooter at. But anyways, I kid. This is too much. But
we are ridiculous.
So yeah, humans are, we're way out there. But so I look at where they take public funding. I think they need to come out there and be a bolster, just deadpan blanket across the board. We don't support any one group. We don't support anyone, whatever. We just say, here's what is. Honestly, colleges need to do away with like 99.9% of their socialism studies. But yeah,
They also used to be the beacons of free speech. Remember that?
well, they were
And
in the
then
60s.
they stopped letting you talk.
But that's when they
And-
got in control. That's how it works. You're always the beacon of free speech when you're not in control. When the left carried no power, of course. But now that the left carries power, they want to shut everyone down. The right, the conservative side, were the people who tried to shut down free speech back then. Oh, what's going on?
I guess the mayor of Salt Lake City
Okay.
talks about new hockey team, initial plans for the downtown entertainment district.
Yay, you guys are
courtesy
buying
of
some
the
fun stuff.
Of the fundraising taxpayers
Okay, Jordan.
that are like hockey.
Yeah. Jordan 286 Mix Vlog says done like. That means you like the show, is that right?
Done like.
I hope you like it. I would like to learn jargon that keeps me hip to the times.
I think if you're in college,
No cap.
and as long as you're not, I mean, I get it. I was in college, and I remember speakers coming.
They would let me
And I
nowhere
didn't
near
like-
a college.
They, if I didn't like the speaker, I didn't go. If I wanted to make a point, yeah, I just didn't do that. I didn't do that because it just draws attention to the speaker more. So it kind of has the opposite effect. But I also was not always the most popular with my opinions. And in college, for me, that was the place to, talk about your free speech, and your professors were supportive and all of that. But the second, if I ever, like right now, what's happening with the Jewish students in these colleges, if it was any other race or religion besides Jew, this would be a different conversation, folks. There is no way the government, the college, the state would tolerate a Black American or any other person of color being prohibited from going to their classes or being.
That's the thing. That's
stopped.
where the law is broken. And they need to go after that.
But they
Don't go after saying, oh, it's roundabout, you're doing an anti-Semitic thing. Say, hey, you just stopped someone from
You're taking someone's civil
partaking in
liberties.
something they paid for. So we are charging you with whatever. The girl who couldn't take her final that's complaining about it. All right, there we go. We have something we can go after. Drag them into court. Say, guess what? You get to pay for that girl's semester she lost. There you go.
Right.
And young lady, we apologize for that. Yes, it's a burden on you, but it will be free for you to attend the final semester next year and do the class.
Young lady, because you were prohibited, we're going to let you take the final today.
Yeah, but
The problem is that's a professor's decision,
but
and
still-
professors are some of the problem.
but still, that dillweeds that stopped it, they get to pay
They
for
get
it.
punished.
There we go. And I like justice where the person victimized receives the compensation, not the state.
That's fair. What's the compensation worth? And I'm sorry, but racism, anti-religious discrimination, I mean, it's more than just a financial thing. So you get punitive, but I also don't
Mhm.
like our courts being filled with punitive, lawsuits. So it's almost like, what do you do? And how do you rectify that when the problem is just as much a lot of these professors and school administrators as it is the students? And any administrator not willing to go, you know what, this is crap. You're treating these kids in a way that's not healthy. When governors go, hey, you guys are a school paid for by our taxpayers, so we're sending in the National Guard like they did back in the 60s, because
That
it
didn't
wouldn't
work out well.
Either way, you can't
Just throwing it
keep
down.
a student. That's how
That
Black
didn't-
students were able
I
to
would-
get into
I
school.
would not
It
use-
took the military. So
I would not, and no, the military didn't go there to let kids into class. The military went there to stop people from saying we shouldn't be in Vietnam. Just saying. I
there were
would.
kids that were not able to go to school. Black kids were not allowed inside schools.
You're
I'm talking about segregation.
okay. You're talking segregation, not Kent State. Okay.
No.
All right, good.
But what I'm saying is
And
that's
those-
what had to
Those
happen.
National Guard didn't respond to Alabama to a college. They responded to Alabama to an elementary school
It was a high school.
or a high school because the governor and the mayor were stopping and the police were the people enforcing a law that was just made illegal.
And this is no different than
That's
the
right.
administrators doing this to the Jewish students. The professors are part of the problem. And when the states can't get it under control and the police, you see the different reactions in different states. In California, the police are like, okay, maybe we'll go in now. When it happened in Texas, that got shut down fast. In New York,
I wish they wouldn't have in
they're-
Texas.
they're letting it just happen. In Colombia, it's a problem.
You want to hear why I wish they
No,
wouldn't
because you're
have?
interrupting me.
I
And
think
the
they made
states
a
that are
mistake.
allowing it are the states who are also guilty of sharing the same rhetoric and are the problem. These colleges are the problem for not putting
The colleges are the
stop to
problem,
it.
right?
right away.
Wholesale. The colleges are the problem. Here's why Texas made a mistake.
Oh, can't wait.
Never interrupt your enemy when they're screwing up.
What do you mean?
The colleges are going to shut themselves down if we let them.
Yeah, but this is the thing, at the cost of Jewish students. And that is not something that I'm willing to see collateral damage. These kids could get hurt.
Sure.
They are afraid.
Sure.
You don't just let it happen so that you can watch a college fail. That's insane. This is
What?
lives we're talking about. These kids aren't safe.
I'm just saying, Sun Tzu wrote it down. Live
No.
by it.
Not worth it. And I'm not talking just about the Jewish students. I'm talking about these idiot protesters. I want them safe too. So yeah, cops should go in with rubber rounds if they have to. They should try everything they can, but they need to put a stop to it either way. And I
It's-
don't want another
here's
Kent
what's gonna
University
happen.
problem where so many
Texas
are
is going to be the rally cry for the far left's protest in every argument for the next 10 years, and they're going to win. Just saying.
Why? Because they put a stop to it?
Yep. And they're going to win. But
I disagree.
if we let them make the mistakes, if we let them
We're letting
live
them.
their dream out to its final conclusion,
They're doing it in
they
Columbia,
will.
in UCLA.
And Columbia and UCLA is going to plummet in admissions.
Let them.
Evergreen State is done.
They deserve the government they vote for, and Texas doesn't stand for it, and that's great. I'll send my Jewish child to Texas.
Actually, you won't, and it will become further left, and that is what's going to happen.
I disagree.
Well, we've
think
laid
you're
our
either-
bets down. I think we should
If
bet.
you are a law enforcement,
We should bet
or
a steak
law-
dinner, and I don't blame
and
the police
order.
for that at all.
But it was also the college reaching out and the college saying, we need help here.
Okay,
So if a college reaches out and the state is paying for
Here's
it,
what I
we
would-
put an end to it.
here's what I would demand of the college. Do you know which professors riled them up to do this? Oh, why, yes, we do. Huh? How about that?
Fire them.
Are those professors going to be, well, they've got tenure. Oh, those professors just put students at jeopardy through their
Yeah.
rhetoric.
You've just risked lives.
I think that you can bypass tenure with that. Do you think they will? Nope. I'll bet those professors get an extra aide and an extra big office next year.
All right. And then that's fair on the point that the biggest problem in our country right now is what's coming out of colleges. If they all fell tomorrow, I would probably still sleep at night. And they need to, because they are the problem. And I will say that. But I'm also saying that if my child is in a college where they are letting this happen, regardless of how their professors are, regardless of how left-wing the whole administration is,
Mhm.
I expect law and order, and I expect my child not to be collateral damage in their little fit. So I'm glad the police went in.
You know what I would
Let
expect?
New York show what they are. Let California show who they are, because the Ivy League schools
I
are
would
dead.
expect-
They're dead.
My happy ass, the only person by nature who was designed to protect that little human, to go down and get them and
Absolutely.
extract them from it and let that college drown in its own bile.
I can agree to that. Go get your kid.
Go get your
Pull
kid.
your
Put them in a
funding.
different college. Test out college. Matter of fact, if your kid is not being a doctor or a lawyer or a engineer,
What about a Swiftie?
what's a Swiftie? Oh, BYU Swiftie. That's a major I can get
You
behind.
have to put them in
But
BYU Swiftie college.
There's BYU's not the only one. I just heard there's lots of colleges doing a
Well,
Swiftie
BYU's
class.
a private college, so there you go. Enjoy
But
that.
if your
private.
kid's
I
not
can't
doing
say
any of
anything.
those, don't have them. You know what? Take that money, put that money. I've got a buddy down in Grantsville, right? His dad, when he first graduated high school, got him set out, bought him a business where he does his business. My buddy is killing it. Better off than any one of our friends that went to college and got a doctorate or a master's or whatever else. His dad got him set down the right path, and that's to be a business owner with employees and building an empire.
And hey, if he ends up hating it, at least he'll have far more education
He'll
than
have-
any of his peers.
And
because
he'll have
that
something
is
he
awesome.
can sell. He can sell a business. Any mother sending those kids into college harms should go to jail for abuse.
He's not wrong.
Well, you know.
We are spending our life savings to get our kids educated, and we are doing it, and they are coming back where they hate us, where they forget their values that we have talked, and we've paid for this, folks. He's not wrong, because as parents, we're responsible to help them become adults who are functioning and good members of society. And absolutely.
Well, we've got like 19 minutes left, and we might even close out 5 minutes early. But Jeff Adamson asks, we're going way back. Everybody, you've got to do the way back machine right now. Lyman's running mate, Bangeter, found ineligible to be on the June ticket.
Jeff, is that absolutely true?
Wow.
Is that been a decision made? I thought that the lieutenant governor was giving an exception or something. Is that accurate? I would love to see a Carson Jorgensen ticket, but I'm not sure that could even be done. We're trying to do our research.
Yeah, she got a Phil Lyman's running mate not eligible for gubernatorial ticket.
Wow.
This comes from the Herald. That is daily. I'm going to share it on screen.
Wow. So when did this news break? Is it just barely breaking? Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, it is his lieutenant governor. So you know who was pretty phenomenal was Carson's lieutenant governor pick. She's awesome.
Doesn't meet residency eligibility requirements for the office of light governor.
Okay.
Okay.
And I'm with you. Jeff, I would love him to ask Carson Jorgensen. I would love that. I think that's a strong ticket with very smart individuals. I just don't know that Carson would, or if Phil would. But that would be incredible. I mean, that would be really incredible.
Oh, that's heavy. Yeah. He has to hunt down a light governor candidate now.
Hey, Jeff, thanks for sharing that breaking news with us.
You know, I'm just going to, Phil.
Now I understand.
Holly would make a wonderful lieutenant governor. I would like
I told him.
I would like to push her forward.
It was Phil that I said, hey, as long as you pick me as your lieutenant governor. And he's like, okay, will do.
Phil, you gave your word on this show, and you know on this show I expect your word to be your
bond. I don't think he gave his word. I think he just kind of went, get me out of here. This is an awkward situation. Thank you for sharing that, Jeff.
Thanks for sharing that.
It makes sense now why I'm getting little fires.
That's pretty heavy. Reported by Fox 13, and we just read it off of what did we read it off? The Daily something. Anyways, that's so pretty big.
I mean, Carson's lady Corinne is phenomenal. She's worked with Parents United, I believe.
Yeah.
She's huge in education, and she's so strong in education.
How much does the lieutenant governor job pay?
I have no idea.
That's something to ask.
Why would it matter?
Lieutenant Governor Crowley Rabani. Would you keep the Crowley dash Rabani?
Yeah, because my daddy gave me
I
that
think
name.
that'd be kind of cool.
No, I don't think that I would get him votes because people don't know me. And the person who he
Wear
runs
that
with
fluffy
needs-
dress.
That was a good dress. But people that choose your running mate, they need to be highly qualified, usually with experience, and people know them and will support one or the other with their vote.
Well, I'll tell you one name that I would never
And
put
Phil's
forward.
guy was a bangeter
I would
and
never
had a
put
good
forward one name,
reputation.
and that is yours truly. Do not put me anywhere near political office.
I don't think people are going to,
Good.
considering you wouldn't even vote for yourself.
That is true. Yeah, I'm in there voting against myself. I like where it has the dot where you fill it in. I write "not" in front of it.
Wow. So, any suggestions you guys have?
Dave says it's old news. Is it
when
that
did
old?
it come out?
Well, it says on Monday on that one. So
I've only seen arguments regarding his lieutenant governor. I have not seen anything concrete.
Dave leaves the state and is still better up on stuff than I
Yeah,
am.
well, thanks for bringing it up.
That's not
Dave.
shocking. Yeah, Dave, where have you been, buddy?
Yeah, I'm curious.
We need to have Dave zoom back in sometime
the folks that
just to catch up with him.
the folks that know. So I'm wondering if people see this as a slight regarding the decision made by Lieutenant Governor. Because from what I understood, this was still up for negotiation and they were working on it. I even think there might have been courts involved.
So did he just not live in Utah long enough?
He lived here and then he moved. I think he's in Idaho, but he's got homes all over.
Okay.
So, and he's a bangeter. I mean, you can't get more Utah than that.
Yeah. Yeah. See now.
So, you know, is this a slight towards him?
It's a big question.
I'm just looking at some of the people's response. That Phil says that the process has exposed issues within the LG's office. The fact that they would do this. Okay, so his own team didn't have the outcome. I know this has been speculated. It's been speculated, but they didn't know who the outcome.
Dave says, "Step up, Holly." Lieutenant Governor Holly. Does Utah have a governor's song? Maybe I should get on that. It'll be a country rap beat.
A country rap beat. I think more of a
little bit
I
of
picture
crap.
the Mormon Tabernacle Choir because they have got an extraordinary voice and they're world famous. I'm not being sarcastic, but I think that would best represent Utah's voice.
Here she comes.
Singing rap or country.
She's Miss Almost Utah.
Do you know whoever steps up to be the LG would actually potentially someday have to be the governor or run for the seat when the governor's done? And I can't imagine being hated by half my state. I have enough problems in my own
Only
county.
the delegate.
Or being booed at convention. The lieutenant governor, I mean, she has a role to play and she works very hard with many different businesses and organizations within. Okay, Lyman went to court today. I thought for sure, I know the question was called out a long time and it's always been thought, but it was going to court. So Dave.
If they lost in court, that's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Is it though? I mean, people voted for him. I don't think they voted for him based on his LG pick.
No.
I think that he could choose another and choose someone very good that would get some people.
Let me tell you right now with Deidre, this is the first time in my 48 years of life, in my 37 years of life that I've known who the lieutenant governor was.
I like Deidre.
I'm sure I'd like her too. Here's the thing.
Governor Cox was the lieutenant governor before.
Yes, he was. And I didn't know who he was until he stepped up and became governor.
Really?
No.
You didn't know who he was through COVID?
Right at the end is when I started knowing who he was. But here's the thing.
It's not an easy job, and they run the elections, as
Which
you know.
that I think we need to do away with just for the.
But you'd still have to vote for a Secretary of State. And that person would still, unless they're appointed, and if they're appointed, the question is whoever appoints them is going to get the win.
You can have the Secretary of State's office election.
We don't even have a Secretary of State. We'd have to have
If
one.
we had one, ran through the different counties.
And that's if they're elected.
Yes,
they're
and I
appointed-
would want them elected.
I would too.
I would want elected officials overwatched by an elected board.
I like it too.
Yeah, I know.
So I think Phil, if I'm Phil and I'm his campaign person, which I'm not, but if I am, I go really strong on his message. I go really strong on the reason that he's the right candidate. And in the meantime, I look for someone who's strong on something that he's not as strong on, someone that complements him, and someone that will be, that's known for their integrity overall, and somebody that holds to the platform and can keep him honest, and he can keep them honest. I think that this isn't the end of the world for him. In fact, there's just another opportunity.
I think you're right.
So I hope, I'm sure, because I know delegates, they're probably accusing the LG's office of something that against Phil. I hope that is not the case. And I don't know if there's a way to prove it, but I'm glad that he got his day in court. And I think that Phil's message just needs to stay on point, and he selects somebody else.
Yeah.
And I am available, but
I think if we all pray hard enough, Holly could be lieutenant governor.
I would be so.
Lieutenant Governor Holly Crowley Rabani.
Ray Bonnie.
Ray Bonnie.
Which is fine.
I say it wrong every
Every
time.
time.
And I will say
So
it
does
wrong
everyone.
again next time.
Holly Crowley is fine. But out of respect for my hubby,
Yeah.
Ray Bonnie.
Ray Bonnie. And
I always wondered about that. Women
Mhm.
taking their husband's names. Because it was like a sign of ownership.
I don't know why
back in the
property
day.
is questioning this right now.
But what I'm saying is, like, I belong to my father. And so having my father's last name makes sense to me. Whereas I choose my husband.
I believe
but I
your
belong to my
husband
father.
paid a big enough dowry that
All right.
you should quit.
You know, you have no idea how many cows. So many cows.
Cows.
Yeah,
Man,
in the
your husband
dowry.
stepped up to the plate with cows.
We're talking that.
Mm.
What's that Japanese steak that they massage the cows and
Yeah.
play them? You know, classical music as they're
My-
free roaming, and they've got all the fat marbled.
Were
in.
I a girl, my dowry would be field mice. Still on the
If you were a girl,
sticky pad.
don't you mean when you were one?
When I
Aren't
were
you
a girl.
post-op?
Post-op. I'm almost post-op.
The hormones are working.
I know.
You are a handsome woman.
I was a,
I
was a
always thought
very-
that was like the weirdest compliment when someone goes,
That-
"Well, that's a handsome woman." Like, "Why, thank you.
She births conquerors of worlds.
That's a
What was it
handsome
they
woman."
said that Conan said? What is your dream? To see your enemy driven before you and to take his women, something and something.
You know what? Your quotes are always so good and
So
so
not even there.
definitive. And I find myself baffled by how deep a quote like that really is.
Yep.
Didn't he say something woman?
I don't know. I can't remember. I need to look it up. Anyways, we're going to shut the show down, guys.
You guys, this was so fun. And thank you to all of you on X who are supporting us today and
Yes.
who've been chiming in.
Yes.
And
And on
please
YouTube and on.
Follow, subscribe on any platform that you're watching.
Yep.
You can also catch us on the podcast platform on your device. So we're there. And I hope we don't annoy you. I at least tell you that we value every comment. And when we get our call screener back, or when we figure out how to work
Once
our
he's
own call
done
screener,
managing half the candidates in the state of Utah's internet
But
sites.
we're not a political show at all. There's no political intent. But our call screener is so deep in politics.
He runs the websites for like half the
I
candidates.
did get to see him at convention.
Did you?
Yes, it
He's
was the
a
first
stud.
time I've seen him in what?
He
2
actually
months?
ran a show 2 weeks ago. He did his own show and he interviewed, I want to say he interviewed Phil, but he ran a show just to fill time because a lot of the people on the network are also candidates in more local Utah races. So they haven't been able to do a show like this where me, I'm just a empty-headed moron and Holly is, Holly. And
Wow.
no, but Holly, we've been able to step up and produce the show, which is also why we did the Wednesday shows to help out the platform. And, although we couldn't do it at the 2 to 6, we did it at a more 6 to 8
And
format.
sometimes we'll do that. Sometimes we'll hit a Wednesday show depending on the guest.
I think every
Um,
election season we'll be getting our butt kicked like that.
We haven't even started.
No,
We haven't even started. We haven't even hit a primary yet. Then we go to the generals. We've got a whole list of candidates.
Yeah, I was gonna.
So we may have to do some Wednesday night shows. We appreciate your support. We hope you'll like and subscribe. And we also hope that you'll check out KMMU and whatever their KMMU.org
Yeah, KMMU.org and
or subscribe there, and then they'll give you all our stuff in archives. And go over and watch our interview with Phil. It was great. He's a great guy, really fun, really smart. And we hope you'll look at, we've got Monica Wilbur and Matt Hymas, and we'll be having hopefully them on the show soon again.
yeah, we'll get them on again to chat with them
And Celeste and Colby.
Yep, Celeste, Colby. We're also, the emails are going to start going out to all you other party people. I apologize for not stepping up earlier and getting you on, but I want to hear your message. You might come with workable solutions to problems that we need to hear about.
What party people?
The Democrats and
Yeah, but they're still not even doing anything till after our primary.
yeah, but they're still running. They're still filed.
Right. But I'm saying we should probably get them in once we have all the candidates, because right now we don't have all the candidates yet. We don't know who they're running against.
Mm-hmm. But they can still come on and say,
Oh, sure.
Say,
But now that's Wednesdays for sure. Then.
my name is whoever, and I'm running to be your dictator or tater dictator, whatever, and I want to do it, and I bring a utopia that there will be a cornucopias asunder. And
Okay, he's dragging it on. I want to say thank you to my family, who is so supportive and so amazing, and to my friends who are family, and to all the delegates in this county and the electeds. I mean, this stuff happens only because we stay involved. And I beg you all to stay involved and, go to the events that people host, show up, be there, be present, and bring your voice and talk to your neighbors. And let's just keep going and let's educate people and always listen. Judge Judy says God gave you 2 ears and a mouth for one reason, so you can listen.
But he made the mouth bigger. Or she made the mouth
Did he
bigger.
though? Have you seen
Who
your
was that?
ears?
Who's saying that? My ears. These are what you call drag.
And you know the ears never stop growing.
Who sang
Neither
that
does the
song?
nose.
Tell me all your thoughts of God, because I really want to meet her. Who sang that song? Come on, that's from back in our days.
I don't know.
Anyways, might be a she.
Okay, everybody,
Yeah.
we wish you the best weekend. We look forward to seeing you next Friday. We will have our guest on. His name, I haven't even sent it to Jared yet.
Oh, yeah.
His name is, he's running for this Board of Education, and his name is Cole.
What district?
I'm not sure that he put the district on. It's probably in the show notes.
Okay.
His name is Cole Kelly. So again, he's not in Twila County District, but he might be in one of yours. And so we really want to get to know him.
We want to be a platform for anyone running that they can
Oh.
have an interview that they can peel off.
I can tell you, I can tell you right now.
Okay.
No, I can't. It's not listed on his.
No.
It's Cole Kelly,
Yeah.
State Board of Education.
We'll have Cole Kelly on. I mean, I like talking to the education people because that's a pretty heavy hitting area.
And a pretty big shout out to Keith.
Yeah.
I
Keith,
appreciate you bringing him to our attention. And
thank you.
will you please reach out to Elon? Because we just want to talk to him.
Yeah. I just want to hear about what his next wild idea is.
Not me. I want to
building a
applaud him.
tunnel
Like,
under LA.
what's it like to be the only platform that allows free speech? I mean,
yeah, that's true.
That's a pretty huge thing.
Or I could just Don Lemon it. So why are you so racist? Tell me about your racism. Racist what?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah. Anyways, you guys have a good week. Hamana, have a good weekend. Remember, tomorrow in Grantsville is the baby farm animals meet and greet. Pay
What time does that
$7.
start? Is that 10 a.m.?
Yeah, it starts at 10 a.m. Go down there and I'm telling you, if you're having
I
a
hope
rough
it goes
week
in the evening.
and you can cuddle a baby sheep, I think it ends at 7, it said 6 or 7. If you can cuddle a baby sheep, your week will be